Okay, I think we're going to get started here. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. You are at the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors meeting for today is February 8th. It is 9:07, and we will start by, if we could have everyone please stand for a Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing, and we will have our invocation from Pastor Jeffrey Woods from First Christian Church.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join me in a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, as our County Board of Supervisors begins deliberations this morning, I want to first thank you for the staff and department heads who've already put in countless hours of work to provide these leaders with the details they need to make informed decisions. Though many appointments, declarations, and agreements will be passed in a matter of minutes as part of the consent calendar, I thank you for all those who've been involved in the time-consuming vetting and recommendation process that has brought them forward. Others will come forward this morning to offer public comment about items and issues they feel are important for the well-being of our county residents, businesses, and organizations. Would you guide this important part of our gathering that it might be helpful, insightful, and for the good of all of us? Guide our conversation, I pray. As we also observe Black History Month, I thank you for all of our community members of African descent who have contributed and continue to so richly contribute to our society as a whole. May they be built up and encouraged as we celebrate together. This morning, our county board chair and supervisors will also be addressing an issue that has consumed our public discourse and decision-making for almost 2 years. As they report on, discuss, deliberate, and potentially approve termination of our county's proclamation of local emergency related to COVID-19, as well as possibly affirm the continuation of the declaration of our local health emergency proclaimed by our public health officer. Would you give them wisdom? And would you bring us together as a wider community in our commitment to work together to pursue the overall well-being of all who reside and work and seek to enjoy life in our county? In all of this, as we gradually move in the direction of an endemic response, would you keep us mindful of those among us who, even this morning, are battling for their lives, as well as those in our health community who continue to lay their own lives on the line to help them win that battle. Thank you most of all for your presence with us this morning and for your promise of wisdom, courage, and strength to all of us who ask for it. For I ask these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Very good. Thank you, Pastor Woods. That was great. Okay, we are going to start this off with public comment. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands we're going to differentiate between, we've got a lot of cards here for item 6.1, which is dealing with the state of emergency issue. And then we've got a lot of public comments here that appear to be just for general public comment. And so, these are the general public comments are for things that aren't on the agenda, and so all these public comments are limited to 5 minutes, and so we'll start off with the ones that aren't dealing with item 6.1 because we'll hit those when we get to that item. So I'm going to start going through the cards here that we have for just people that want to talk about anything that is not on the agenda, and if that's wrong when you come up here, if you really wanted to talk about item 6.1 and we just didn't indicate that on here, tell me, and we'll put you on hold until 6.1. We're going to start off with things that aren't dealing with that item. Okay, the first one I'm going to start with is Rebecca Harrington. I'm sorry, Rebecca Harrington, and that's the other Rebecca back there. Okay, Rebecca, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Supervisor Withrow, Chairman Withrow. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for this time. You know what I'm here to talk about, our continuing environmental inequality and injustice to our loving area, unincorporated area, lovingly named No Man's Land, many years. My parents have owned their property for 72 years, as have so many of our other community members that still live there. We have no curbs, we have no sidewalks, but yet we have faithfully and diligently paid our taxes, some probably in protest, but most of them because it was their civic duty. My father always said, are you going to be a part of the issue or part of the problem? Well, we choose to be a part of the issue that's going to help resolve the problem that we have there. I don't know how many times I can come before you to ask you about this, but again, we know that there's ARPA funds that are out there that could help boost our community to eventually become annexed into the city of Modesto. Preferably, that is what we want, because we have been negated by the city of Ceres when they chose to try to take away our fire station. We're part of their general plan, and that was what was told to them through LAFCO. And I'd like to say LAFCO, L-A-U-G-F, to laugh at what they've done to us, because they took absolutely none of us into consideration when they did their polling. The majority of the people chose and wanted to be with the city of Modesto, but yet they ignored us. So how many requests do we have to ask for to have our roads cleared, to have the grading done so we are not flooded, so that we can have our kids walk to school safely, so that we can drive through the streets and not have to go around and try to find an area that isn't flooded? And, you know, City of Modesto said they were never going to annex anything in past the Tuolumne River. They were not going to pass that southern boundary. Well, they did. They annexed in the Shackelford School area. They annexed in an area called Rancho Encantado, which is off of Hatch Road bordering by Carpenter. The other day, Supervisor Graywell decided to come and join me for a little tour of our community. So what he saw was some of the things that are continually a problematic and issue in our area. He also got to see from our point of view, driving into what is supposed to be our park, Mancini Park. It was a memorial park that was dedicated to the community by the Mancini family, that the city of Modesto was supposed to make it a true park for the community. They did the bare minimum. They put in about $70,000 into it, and that was it. And they did do a few other things there, but conveniently, it hasn't been taken care of. They put a cell tower in our community park to get money for it, but the money did not go to our park. It went to every other park within the city of Modesto. So, you know, we're begging you, we're asking you to diligently look at the funding that's coming up to help us become a community that is annexed into the city of Modesto. Modesto City Schools Board of Superintendent has very graciously written a letter in full support, because they have a Modesto City School in our area, Tuolumne School, which was established in 1955. We have City of Modesto Water, and we have City of Modesto Sewer. We had a nice conversation, thank you, Supervisor Condit, with City of Ceres, et cetera, how our fees are literally double what is charged, but yet they have a contract with the City of Modesto for a certain fee that they pay for the services there, but yet we are charged double. We have our water with the City of Modesto, so we have, and then we also have our park, City of Modesto Park, which is very, very neglected. I stand to feel that if either one of you had a park in your community that was so disregarded and left to whatever happens to happen out there, which is a lot of homeless and a lot of other activity, and no viable green space for children to play at, you would be in uproar. You would be extremely upset with the community. You would be here at a Board of Supervisors meeting. You would be to your city council meetings. All these things are critically important for our community, and we're asking that you take into consideration our community. Once again, 72 years. How much longer do we need to wait to have something happen for our community? because we have been paying our taxes diligently, and we have been supporting the community. I've been with the MAC for probably 14 years. I think maybe Casey knows here how long I've been there. But we're just asking that next week when you do your vote, that you take this into consideration and help our community go to the next step to be able to be annexed in. Thank you.
Sure. Randy, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to take this opportunity to publicly appreciate the time, Rebecca, you spent with me last week. It was a couple of hours, and you exude the passion that you have for that area, and it shows why. Seeing the park, the Mancini Park, the cell phone tower right in the middle of the park, obviously is a concern for residents, among other things. But I want to appreciate everything you do for that area, and I also want to let you know your voice is being heard, and I know Supervisor Condit and I are going to work diligently to make some of those asks a reality. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks, Manny. Okay. All right, next up we have Rosie Cole. Rosie Cole. Myself. Okay, 6.1. Perfect. Thank you for that. All right. We'll move on. All right. Susan Padilla. Okay.
Good
Susan,
morning.
good morning. How are you?
Not doing well. I was here last week, Monday, and the pastor, I want to say that he gave a beautiful prayer about getting built up and encouraged, but instead I have been torn down and discouraged. Unfortunately, on August 16, 2021, I witnessed Maria Lopez Brady from Stanislaus County Affordable Housing Corporation, STANCO, along with David Riviera and Melissa Austin from Community Housing and Shelter Services, CHSS, violate the health and medical information HIPAA privacy requirements of Ashley Candia, which is my daughter, and her 2 children. STANCO and CHSS also failed to possess the required and essential licenses, certificates, permits required by the federal government, state, county, and municipal governments to provide the services that they claim. They claim to be HUD certified. They are an imposter agency that has been red flagged by HUD to say that they are not affiliated with them, yet your board consistently funds that facility. Who has the responsibility for making sure that these agencies work efficiently and correctly? I haven't gotten any answers. Last week, Chief Executive Officer Jody Hayes instructed me to go with Elizabeth to go talk about it. She sent me upstairs on a wild goose chase. No one helped me. Ever since August, this had occurred, and to no avail. What am I supposed to do? Raw sewage was coming out of the unit toilet, covered my daughter's clothes and her children. They were infected and breathing in toxic fumes. They went to get help. No help. She had to move out of the county because the housing people here red flagged her name, so she couldn't get housing anywhere. This discrimination has to stop. I need help. I need your help. I'll come here weekly if it's necessary, but I need answers. Who's in charge? You're funding these agencies. Who's in charge?
So, Susan, we will continue to reach out to you and try to work through this. We'll figure out what's going on, and we'll get you with the right people. If that hasn't happened, then we'll do what we can to make this better.
That hasn't happened.
We will continue to work on it, though.
Okay, how will you work on it?
We'll continue to try to get you with the people that can help solve your problems, is what we'll do.
You don't know who the people are that I can write down right now and just leave and never come back?
Yeah, I thought we actually hooked you up with Amanda last time you were here.
Yeah, and Amanda sent me to the 6th floor
Okay, well,
to no help.
Okay, we'll
I'm
continue.
just walking around.
Okay, well, we want to solve this for you. We
I
want to
do
make things
too.
better.
I want to solve it as well.
So we will. We'll keep working on it with you. Okay?
On a side note, the officer upstairs went through my purse. He unzipped my purse and went through my purse. He didn't do that to anybody else that I watched, because I watched. And I have witnesses here that watched him not do that to other people. I don't know if it's because I'm African American, which I really think that that's what it was. But he shouldn't be doing that to anyone. He should ask, and then you can unzip it and you can look in there. But he should not be shuffling through anybody's things.
We're going to keep working with you. Thanks, Susan. Okay, next up we have Miguel Donoso. Did Miguel? They're still here. Miguel, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I come here to talk about the conflict of interest in regard to the different funding that we receive through the federal, state, and city and county. Mr. Chairman, on the HUD regulation, conflict of interest, see page 1, and under the COC bylaws, conflict of interest, page 2, attached, I'm talking about attached, and under the CHA bylaws, see attached 3, is the conflict of interest. Mr. Chairman, the next meeting of the CHA is the 2/9/29 of tomorrow, and have the recommendation of to approval of funding of ESG and the CARE Act 1 and 2. And under that next meeting, at the COC agenda is 2/17/22, have under the funding of today of the ESG and CARE 1 and 2, especially the street outreach and engagement services in June 25th, 2022. Mr. Chairman, you are a member of the CHA, and Mr. Hayes as your alternative. Mr. Jackson Conway as the representative in the COC and CHA, at the same time as the chairman of COC County of the Continuum Care. And the alternate is Mr. Harold Lombich from the Salvation Army, and this agency receives funds from HUD. Mr. Chairman, if I ask for 4 people to have the conflict of interest, Mr. Chairman, if I ask the county council for clarification, we'll be having a big problem, because the council, county council, his boss is Mr. Hayes, and Mr. Hayes' boss is you. So you are 3 in conflict of interest. They wanted to answer the conflict of interest because Mr. County Council cannot ask Mr. Hayes because his boss, and Mr. Hayes, his boss is you. At the same time, Mr. Chairman, you are running for the Board of Supervisors in June. So we have a big problem. And the other issue is the Turlock Consortium is moving away the funds from HUD in regard to low-income families, homeless programs. And the mayor and the city, 2 members of the city council, one is Mr. Franco, said that he talked to Mr. Chesa and said, both said it's okay to do that. According to these 2 people, they said in the tape of the Zoom of the meeting, they said that Mr. Chesa is okay with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Miguel. I just for the record, I sit on the SHA. The SHA is an advisory board only. That's all it does is advise. It can't make any decisions on its own. I'm one of 10, 11 members. We're all, Miguel, we're all done. I just wanted to respond to your comments there that make this appear that there's some sort of conflict that just doesn't exist. So, but thank you for your comments. So.
The county council is supposed to say that.
Yeah, thank you, Miguel. Thank you. Okay. We will move on to the next one we have is Kent Higgins. Kent Higgins. 9.1. Oh, you want to be 6.1? Okay, very good. We'll do that. We'll come back to you. Okay, the next one I have, again, Alicia Escamilla.
Lydia or
I think it's Alicia. Alicia, good morning. How are you?
Okay. I want to thank you for allowing me to address you again. And I'm here once again to talk about the infrastructure in South Modesto. This week I have brought my friend Kim Flamini. She also represents South Modesto. We have started knocking on doors, talking to residents about their needs in the neighborhood. We were met with desperation and anger. Desperation because the county and or the city have known about the rightful needs that these neighborhoods have, and they always seem to be overlooked. Anger because they are hardworking people, raising families and paying taxes, but yet are deprived of their rights. You will see us every week. We will bring one more person, lots of signatures, until something is done. Representation is what they need, and being heard is what they want. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. And again, just for the record, so everybody knows, we very much appreciate Rebecca coming and Alicia, and I know that Manny and Chance are working on these areas. We have set aside out of our ARPA funds, which were a total of, I think, $107 million that we received, $50 million have been set aside now towards improving these county pockets, these areas. So the cavalry is coming here. We're working on this. But we appreciate you guys coming, and we want you to continue to come and hear your voices, because that's part of it. So, but you are being heard, and we've always heard you. We just haven't had the money, and now finally we have some money. Again, it's only a drop in the bucket as far as what we need. We anticipate it to be over $600 million worth of improvements that need to be made throughout the county. But this $50 million, we hope, will be a start, allow us to do some leveraging to be able to attract other funds. So anyway, I just want to let you guys know we're getting there. But please keep coming. We like you coming here. Thank you. Okay, next one up, Stephen Morrow. Stephen, good morning. How are you?
Doing fine, Mr. Chairman. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, Mr. Hayes and Mr. Bowes. Today I want to speak on the subject of conducting public meetings via video conference. This board began readmitting the public to this chamber back in July of 2020, so it may seem strange to the people present and those watching online and on the public access channel to address this now. But the members of this board also sit on boards of various agencies and commissions, and some of those bodies are still conducting meetings via video conference, and this must come to an end. COVID-19 virus is here, and we have to get back to conducting business as we used to, and that includes admitting the public to board meetings. It is frustrating to log into a meeting and be unable to offer comments, and also see board members be unable to offer comments at the same time. It's much more effective to stand in front of the board, speak to the members, and ask questions on agenda items. Video access can still be offered to the public unable to attend the meeting. It's time for you to speak up at the meetings you attend. The ability for board members to participate remotely must be reauthorized periodically, and you must move it from a consent calendar item and have it discussed separately. Then when the vote is taken, try to have a recorded vote versus a voice vote. If you are not successful, at least you tried. Now, a possible compromise might be to allow remote participation by the board members, but admit the public to the meeting chamber where the clerk of that particular board is, so that the public's voices may be heard. If the board meetings are properly publicized and the public doesn't attend, that's not on you. That's on us, the public, for not taking an interest in what's going on. Mr. Chairman and Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, next up we have Jerry Manuel. 6.1, very good, thank you. Okay, it's going to be a busy 6.1, I can tell you. Okay, and I'm sorry, probably saying Michelle Manuel, 6.1. Okay, good. And Steve, 6.1. There we go, we're good. Okay. Okay, how about Jim Bishop? Not 6.1. Okay, come on up. Jim, good morning. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you, Terry.
Yeah.
Today, I want to talk about lead. Lead is a neurotoxin that causes loss of executive function.
Steve, sorry, if we could have,
Can you?
if you could face us, sorry, and then I think that, are there screens? Do we not have screens for you guys to see?
I just feel weird.
I know, it's okay, it's all right, just, if you could address us, they'll all,
On my backside.
yeah. And get that mic up to you there so we can all hear you.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Lead is a neurotoxin that causes loss of executive function. This means that children exposed to it will have neurological problems, such as mental retardation, the inability to focus, lack of self-control, and violent outbursts. These are all associated with lead poisoning. And, of course, there it goes. Phone, you know.
It's okay.
In adults, it causes actual brain loss, psychosis, and violent behavior as well. And it is being sprayed on us here in Stanislaus County every day. A lot of people don't realize this, but small planes in the U.S. use aviation fuel, most of which is leaded. Currently, there's two types, unleaded and so-called low lead 100. Low lead 100 actually contains 13 times the amount of lead that was in car gasoline when it was banned 26 years ago, for the very same reasons that I'm asking for us to ban it today. Any small plane stationed at Modesto's airport, the Harry Sham Field, is using leaded gas because that's all they sell. With the increase in small plane traffic lately, we need to act quickly to stop poisoning ourselves and our children. I'm asking for the board to pass a ban on the sale of leaded fuel at Harry Sham Field. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Okay, next up I have is Jody Smith. Jody, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Hello. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Jody Smith. I've worked for Stanislaus County for 5 years. I work with the Department of Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, and I am a member of my union, SEIU 521. Workers like me share the same goal as our department managers and our Board of Supervisors, where our role is to keep Stan families healthy, safe, and thriving. This is why I can no longer stay silent as we see workers overworked and leaving faster than we can replace them. At the beginning of this pandemic, BHRS implemented a hiring freeze. With our staffing already low, this impacted our working staff tremendously. Staff were being asked to take on roles outside of their classification, longer hours, and overtime. Also, there was further reduction in our staff with call-offs from exposure to COVID. This was even more taxing on our staff that were asked to cover these extra shifts and perform many more duties at this time. Our staff experienced high levels of stress, anxiety, and fear, and this wore heavily on our emotional, mental, and physical well-being. During this time, I saw many employees transfer and or leave the field, further depleting our staff even more. This had a high impact on those that we serve that struggle with substance use disorder and or mental health due to not receiving the quality of care they deserve during this time. Now, please, help me to understand how we continually must negotiate equal essentials workers' pay for those of us that have been working since the beginning of this pandemic. How does seniority play a part in this decision? It is many of us clinical service technicians and behavioral health specialists that are now being asked to cover these extra shifts, work longer hours, and take on additional duties in order to continue to provide the care and services needed for those that struggle with substance abuse and mental health. We continue to subject ourselves and our loved ones to possible exposure from the population that we work with. We show up to work every day because we want to help our neighbors, father, brother, sisters, or uncles struggling with addiction and or mental health. We want to provide the best possible services they need during one of the most challenging times of our generation. But it's hard to stay in a job you aren't appreciated or able to keep up with the bills. I heard countless times in the middle of the pandemic how management and even this board spoke about how essential we as a workforce were and how these workers are the backbone of the community, and yet we are often taken for granted. So many people are working hard and performing essential duties to help our communities confront this pandemic. Whether some of us here at BHRS have worked 15 years or 2 years, many of us workers reported to the front lines of our nation's pandemic response each and every day, placing ourselves squarely in harm's way to serve the needs of others, and we all deserve to be compensated equally for our dedication. I would like to kindly ask you to consider our rightful request for equal essentials worker pay and customary pay adjustment so that our salary corresponds so that we can retain, recruit experienced workers who build quality relationships with clients and community partners. I'm confident that you agree with the arguments presented above, and I believe in your desire to do justice in every aspect. I now want to leave you with a quote by Amy Lyman, a pioneer in social welfare work, the Red Cross, and a legislator for Utah. She says, "Paying people a fair wage is a sign of respect and acknowledgement of the value of people's contributions to the business. When people are treated fairly and with respect, they will provide unparalleled levels of support and commitment inside the business and to clients and customers. Everyone's more successful when people are paid a living wage." Thank you.
Thanks, Jody. Jody, if you want to, 1 second, I think our CEO would like to.
Morning, Joe. I just
Wait
wanted
one
to say,
second.
just real quick, thank you for being there this morning, and thank you for your service, especially during these challenging times over the last couple of years. I wanted you to know that we actually, many of us who are deeply involved in these bargaining discussions, we really have the same feelings about this process. We have deep frustrations with delays that have occurred in this process that are impacting our employees that are not the result of the county's efforts. And I just want to say that clearly for those who are listening. I also want to ask you on your way out, if you wouldn't mind stopping and talking with one of our bargaining representatives at the back, Tamara Thomas. She can share with you the details that back up what I just stated. She can share with you, and I think all the employees in your bargaining need to know what's actually happening and what is delaying a solution, and some of the specific items that we've tried to put on the table to support improved conditions for employees, improved conditions to retain employees as well, and to recruit hard-to-recruit classifications. So please stop by if you can. And once again, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jody. Okay, next up I have Candace. Darn it.
Remember, we talked about this.
Wyrock.
Wyrock, remember?
Yes, Wyrock.
Hello. It's
How are
good
you?
to see you guys again.
Good to see you, Candace.
I appreciate you guys. I want you to know that. Again, this is only my second meeting. I was here at the last one. I have something to talk to you guys about. I'll be up again for 6.1, but this is unrelated. The city of Patterson, led by our city manager and mayor, who is refusing to resign. I'm actually holding his recall paperwork right here, so that's on the horizon, which is unfortunate because he won't resign. But I just wanted you guys to know what's going on in our city. So led by both of them, they keep encouraging and voting to approve development of Patterson without the infrastructure and schooling facilities needed for this growth to happen responsibly. I attended a 3-hour Patterson Joint Unified School District Board meeting last night, and over an hour of it was spent explaining to the board how the city of Patterson has essentially stiffed and negatively impacted our school district. 6,000 plus new homes are planned I also learned at the meeting last night that the city lied and stated that there had been ample communication between the between the school district and the city concerning some of these developments. If they consider one email ample communication, great. If not, then they lied. The other major issue is access to and from I-5. And Patterson does not have the infrastructure for this type of development. Currently, I've seen on our local neighborhood watch, every couple weeks, dozens of cars are stranded on the Sperry on-ramp, which is our only exit on and off Patterson. We only have one exit for our entire city. So dozens of cars are stranded because their tires were blown out via potholes. Caltrans comes in and fixes it, but then in a few weeks it happens again because it's not an actual fix, it's just like a Band-Aid. In July of 2020, the Planning Commission advised that the council review concerns about the proposed South County Corridor freeway alignment. When I asked at one of the last city council meetings what needed to happen to get the Sperry exits and entrances fixed, expanded, and a second exit at the South County Corridor, I say expanded because there's only one freeway lane to exit, the 5 for Sperry, and on a Friday there are so many near casualties of car accidents from trucks that can't stop. So I asked what would need to happen to get them fixed, expanded, and then possibly the second exit at the South County Corridor before we continue expanding. And I was told it's Caltrans and the county, and the city has no control over it. After that meeting, one of the developers pulled me aside and said that the County Board of Supervisors meeting would be a good place for me to start. After last night's board meeting, it's very obvious that there's some major corruption going on at the city level of Patterson. Of the 8 people who sent emails in support for our disgraced mayor at the last city council meeting, 6 were family, 1 was a family friend, and the last one was a planning commissioner, which I feel like is a little sketchy. Mayor McCord's actions not only are negatively affecting a minor constituent, which I talked to you guys about last week, so a minor constituent in his jurisdiction, but also our community, and now it's also drastically hindering his ability to properly lead our city and focus on the important details like giving the district the support it needs and allowing them to have ample input on future development. I'm aware that the city of Patterson is a separate entity and out of jurisdiction of the county, but the corruption going on in Patterson is not only affecting our entire community, but it's about to negatively impact our children in drastic levels, considering our current school sites are close to max capacity. In conclusion, I would like to beg the county supervisors to do what they can to make the South County Corridor more of a priority. In 2020, they were saying it was 10 years out, but all these housing developments are not 10 years out. They're building the 450 homes at the Sperry exit now. Like, my uncle's company delivered the pipes to the site. Like, it's happening now. I would also like the powers to be to check in on Patterson and our children, the Patterson Joint Unified School District, and Patterson's planning. We are not okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Candace. Okay, next up we have Timothy. Darn it, Timothy Bennett.
I was for 6.1.
Is that 6.1?
Yes, sir.
Very good. And how do you pronounce the last name?
Benefield.
Benefield. I'm sorry, I just couldn't read that. Okay. Very good. Okay. So that will go 6.1. Okay, and the last one, Joni Creepon, is this a 6.1 too? Where's Joni? Okay. Joni, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
You have a guest.
And a guest, yes. I'm here to speak about our children, and I didn't see our children as an agenda item, so that's why I wanted to speak during the public comment.
Very good.
And I'm happy to see Dr. V and Julie in the back as well. So I hope they can hear my words, so I'll try and speak loud and clear. So I wanted to introduce to you guys my son, my Ethan, the one that I've been advocating on behalf of for a solid 2 years, which is nuts. It's wild to me. This is why I've been up here, this guy right here. And when his school first shut down, when the school shut down, he was a whole foot shorter, and his shoe size was like 4 sizes smaller. So just to give you guys a little perspective. So these are just some of my thoughts about our kids right now. Masks at school. I have spent more time and brain power on masks in 2 years than I ever wanted. And I knew a lot about masks before that as a registered nurse. And I still hold the same conclusions about masks as I did pre-pandemic. They have specific uses in specific circumstances. They are not for healthy children in everyday life. And anyone who tells you that they are, that 700 days into this pandemic, they are still an absolute necessity for all healthy, asymptomatic children to wear at all times in every public setting, is either grossly ill-informed or a liar. I know that sounds harsh, but I have no other conclusion at this point. I have heard it argued, well, Joni, is it too much to ask to wear a mask? If there's even a tiny chance it might protect someone and it'll help someone else feel safe, my answer is yes. Yes, it is too much to ask. It is too much to ask a healthy, asymptomatic child to cover his face for 700 days in school and public indoor settings to help others feel safe. It is too much. Trust. Trust is important. Trust is vital. And transparency and truth are to be valued. We have gotten to a point where all I can think of is the old story about the boy who cried wolf. Our CDPH is that boy. Has it been an awful 2 years? Yes. Have many been sick? Yes. There has been death and loss, and that breaks my heart. That breaks everyone's heart. But we have been told over and over and over that the wolf is coming, for our children. There's so much unknown. It never was. Thank God. And instead of recognizing the early data and celebrating what was known, we've been forced to sacrifice our children. Sorry, I'm getting excited. Hands are sweating. Trust is lost. And God forbid another once-in-a-lifetime pandemic happens again in our lives or our children's. I will not be so quick to trust anything the government is selling. Propaganda. Our children have been made to think there is nothing more deadly or dangerous than COVID. I would rattle off statistics that shatter that lie, but I'll just leave that right there. Every single day we face risks, and we don't even think about it. We face risks of all kinds, and yet we've allowed our state, our personal lives, and the lives of our children to be crippled by only one, only the risk of COVID. Evil. When good people do nothing, evil prevails, and evil is after our children. If you're not a Christian, I know I sound crazy to you right now. But my brothers and sisters in Christ know it's true. And as I read Senator Pan's Senate Bill 871 and Senator Wiener's Senate Bill 866, I see an evil agenda. There is no overwhelming evidence to prove the necessity of their bills. Something is wrong. I know it. Every ounce of discernment in me screams it. There has been a battle for the control of our children in this state, and I am not going to give up fighting for them. I am a fierce protector of my children. I won't apologize for that. This is who you're supposed to be fighting for. This guy. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Joni. Thanks, Ethan. Okay, we've got a couple more here that are just general public comment. Jessica Clymer. Jessica, good morning. How are you?
I am back again. Okay, I don't know where to start. I'm brokenhearted for what these kids are going through, and I'm here to speak on my kids' experience. Sorry. Recently, I've had to reach out to my kids' principals regarding what is happening in their classroom. Our kids go to school to be taught subjects like math, English, science, and not constant all-day COVID talk. At the 5th grade level, which is where my youngest is, his day should not be filled with nonstop criticism on how they're wearing their masks, if it's pinched incorrectly on the nose brim, and if so, go put on a second mask or go somewhere else. When a child brings up an issue experiencing regarding an experience with his family member on the vaccine, and to be told that they're spreading misinformation and that didn't happen. You're telling these kids that their experiences aren't real. On a daily basis, my child comes home, and when asked what he has learned, he says, "I don't know. The teacher just hounded us and threatened to send us to the principal's office because their masks slipped below their nose, because their masks are either too big or too small and not fitting correctly." My daughter, who is in junior high and in 7th grade, is dealing with teachers stopping instruction just to tell, yell, or embarrass a child in front of the other children in their classroom regarding their masks slipping or pulling them out of classroom and threatening a principal's visit. Our kids are no longer getting an education. They're getting yelled and screamed at. We're no longer in a pandemic. We are now living now living with COVID, not trying to figure it out, not trying to eradicate it. Our kids have never had to experience these kinds of experiences with the cold or flu season, so why are we doing this now? When will we stop? When will we allow our kids to go back to life, not filled with harassment by their teachers or peers? When will we allow their choice to be their choice, a choice that they should be allowed to have? If a person wants to wear a mask, great. If they don't, then they don't. But when will our kids be allowed to have a regular education? You know what's sad is kids who are in kindergarten and 1st grade have never had an ability to know what a regular school day or school year looks like. Our kids have made a stance. They are tired of being forced to mask up. They have started to protest, and this is happening at more and more schools because they are not being heard for this, yet told to speak up when something isn't right. So what example are we setting for them? Speak up, but not when it's related to COVID or masks. This is sad. I'm thankful that you guys are here listening to us, and you guys take the time to listen to our concerns. But when are we going to continue to fight for our kids? When are you guys going to help us fight for our kids? I want my kids to be able to go to school, and I want my kids to have an education, but I told their principal, one more instance, one more, and my kids will be pulled out of the public school. This is not okay. They should not be experiencing this. They have never had to go through this with the flu. They have never been sent out of the classroom because the mask isn't on them correctly at school. We need to do something for our children because in the end, our children are our next generation to continue to fight for us. So we need to fight for them. Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. Okay, the last one I have here for public comment for everything besides 6.1 is Jolene Corkwell. Jolene, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good. How are you?
Good.
Okay, so my son is a freshman in high school in the Modesto City Schools District. He is an exemplary student with a 4.13 GPA. He is currently being discriminated against and denied in-person learning. It is an unexcused absence, and he cannot make that work up. He recently had to give a written reason why he was removed from class, and here is what he said. "I am here because I am participating in the peaceful noncompliance of the mask mandate. I believe it is a violation of my right to the freedom of choice. I did not wear my mask and was sent to the office where I was given another chance to wear my mask. After I politely declined, I was sent here until my parents came to get me. I did nothing wrong. I am simply peacefully voicing my beliefs and exercising my right to protest. There is no written law stating that I should be forced to wear my mask. It is simply a mandate, aka a very strong suggestion or guideline." Those were his words at 15. I could not have said 15. I have received phone calls about 5 exposures that he's had in the last 2 weeks. So if the masks work, why are the masks not working? We've received more phone calls and had more cases and exposures in the last 2 weeks, and they are all completely masked up. So it's doing nothing to stop the spread. There are, all I'm asking for is there are accommodations being made for some students in this county, so why can there not be accommodations made for others? Total discrimination. So we need to figure this out. All I'm asking for is for schools in this county to give students and parents the right to choose whether they wear a mask or not. Those who want to wear one can. Those who don't. If you could please give some guidance, gentlemen, To the school districts, the parents and students, and we the people would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. And I hope your son's playing football for Modesto.
They're not going to allow him to.
Very good.
Hello, my name is Corinne Whitlow. I just was going to piggyback off of what Jolene had to say. I just wanted you guys to know there are children within the county that you represent who are being discriminated and being denied in-person learning, which is against the Education Code of 66252, which all children must have the right to in-person education. There's also, it is not equitable of what these children are experiencing due to choosing not to wear a mask. These children are choosing for different reasons. Some of them are personal. Some of our children are choosing not to wear a mask because it inhibits their learning. They are not able to learn in this environment. My child is one that has never experienced a normal school year. He does not want to go to school because of these masks. Why is my child being denied the right? Because he's the only student who's denying at this point? He is not being accommodated. I get called every morning to come pick him up. He was placed in a room where they keep the sick kids because, I don't know, without a mask he was deemed infectious. We are not treating our children appropriately. We are not accommodating our children the same. And if you call the school, when I went down there, you guys know me, I went down there asking for a policy and a complaint form. They handed me the CDPH guidance with the highlighted section that there must be alternative options offered for students. Nothing within that guidance says our children must be removed. They all default back to public health, saying that this is what public health is telling us to do. We know these schools can have implementation of these policies that they fit deemed. Dr. V said that very clear on September 12, 2021 in her presentation about guidance that these schools can implement it. These schools are defaulting back to public health. We need clear communication to these schools what they are capable of doing and what is expected for them to do for our children. Thank you.
Thanks, Corinne. Okay, anybody else? I don't have any more speaker cards for just general public comment. We've got a bunch for 6.1 when that comes up. Is there anybody else that would like to speak before we move on? Okay. Seeing none, we will move on. And I also want to acknowledge that we did have some written comments. We did receive a couple written comments. We won't read those, but we did receive some emails with some written comments here. Okay, we're going to move on now to the consent calendar. Is there any item on the consent calendar that anyone here at the board would like to pull? Anybody from the audience like to pull anything from the consent calendar to speak about? Seeing none, we will look for... Oh,
I turned in a slip there, but so let me pull back up the 4A. I'm sorry, 4B2.
4B2. Okay. Why don't you come on up, Mr. Benefield, right? Timothy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. All right, so let's move on. Just give us 1 second. No, come on up. No, we'll take it. Sorry. Let's go with the consent calendar for every item except for...
Motion to approve consent calendar minus 4B2.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passed unanimously. You're up.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. I cannot, by any means, claim to be an expert on all these license plate reading issues. I just know that when our founding fathers founded this country, they were afraid of the growing powers of a central government. They were afraid of the growing powers of what maybe was deemed necessary and helpful at first for good purposes, getting out of control. And if we've learned anything from this pandemic, I hope we've learned that certain government officials, not all, do take a hold of programs like this that were presented for positive reasons and for the purpose of safety, solving crime, and they just get way out of control. And when I hear around me on a daily basis from all different levels of government, different programs and policies being implemented, I just see a dark day coming where we're in China, where you can't walk anywhere, you can't go anywhere without the government knowing everywhere you've been, everywhere you're going to go, everything you've said. And I just heard the policy that was coming forth federally that all new cars must have a kill switch on them that the police have access to and they could operate remotely. And you start putting these things together with license plate readers, and you start realizing whoever the government in the future deems to be a problem, whether it be I mean, it could be used for good purposes, to stop a criminal, a murderer running from a scene or something like that. But it can also be used, as we've seen now, people who have spoken out against the accepted narrative on COVID and its responses and protocols, they're just shut off of major platforms of speech, all the way up to including our president was just removed from all platforms of speech that had any major impact. And so I can just see in the future if someone decides that a pastor is promoting hate speech because he's preaching something that's in the Bible and they've deemed it hate speech. Now and then they start using these programs, license plate readers, kill switches on cars. It just starts closing it around you, starts choking out a society. I'm all for catching bad guys, and I'm all for strong policing. I feel like I heard at a previous meeting some talk about surveilling certain types of businesses where problems might arise. But these things that are used for good things at first often go in bad directions. And I'm very, very wary and really against starting installing more and more things. There are ways to track down the bad guys. It may take a little more work, but that's sometimes the cost of freedom, is a little more effort, a little more inconveniences for those who are doing the work. So I just want to say, it's probably maybe too late in the game. I don't know where all this stands and what this whole program is, but I am a citizen that's very concerned about license plate readers being installed around and where that will certainly, not maybe, but certainly eventually go. Thank you.
Thanks, Timothy. And just for those of you who weren't aware of, don't have an agenda in front of you, B2 was approval to enter into agreements with the cities of Patterson, Waterford, and Houston for the automated license plate reader program. So that's what Timothy was discussing. Okay.
And that's because of the sheriff's contracts in those cities.
Yeah, those are cities that are contracted cities with the sheriffs, and we've approved this for the sheriff's department.
And they're paying for it.
The cities are paying for that. And Timothy, I appreciate your comments and concerns, and I think that's just, we do these things to try to catch the bad guys, is what it's all about. But we understand very much the concerns is where does it go from there? And I think that's where it just comes back to more as far as elected officials and people you put in place to make sure that those things don't happen. So, but thank you for that. So, okay. So, I'll look for a motion.
Yeah. Motion to approve
Item B2.
4B2.
Perfect. Second. And a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Passes unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Timothy. Okay, we're going to move on to item 6, acceptance of a report on COVID-19 emergency response in Stanislaus County, approval to terminate the county's proclamation of local emergency related to COVID-19 without effect to the declaration of local health emergency and consideration of the focus areas and strategies for COVID-19 response in 2022. Chief Executive Office. Well, I think we're going to start off with Jody Hayes.
Yeah. Okay, good morning, Chairman Withrow, and everyone from the public, members of the board. Thank you very much for being here. We're going to do a couple of things this morning. We actually have a broader team presenting today. Seated at the staff table are Mary Ann Lilly Tengowski, our Managing Director of the Health Services Agency, along with Dr. Julie Wisham-Pine, our county's Public Health Officer. Joining us today will be Assistant Executive Officer Patrice Dietrich, as well as our County Sheriff Jeff Dirksey, who will be here to discuss the proclamation of the local emergency. There's two different things that we'd like to accomplish this morning. We want to share with you the plans and strategies that we have forged for the current calendar year, recognizing this transition from the ongoing pandemic response towards an eventual endemic response as a nation state, and certainly here in Stanislaus County. We also, we've got about a half a dozen goal areas that we want to describe to you and receive your feedback from the board on. We also want to discuss specifically a recommendation to end the local emergency that was declared originally in March of 2020 for COVID-19, and to also discuss what is happening with our local health emergency. And it's really important that we take some time to differentiate the two. I have received many comments and questions regarding this action since we originally posted it on Friday. And we're going to do our best to try to describe the difference between the two. I think it's very, very important for the public to not just understand what this means, but what it does not mean as well. And I think many of the comments that have been asked of me in terms of how this might impact what schools do or other local businesses indicate that we need to have clarity around what this does not mean as well. So that's what we're going to do this morning, and I think we're going to start here with an update just in terms of some of our case trends in the community, which have been looking very favorable over the last week or two. Go ahead.
All right, so good morning, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, Mr. Hayes and Mr. Bowes. I'm going to go right in and start with our surveillance data. What we see here is the graph I bring each time, with the blue being the confirmed, which is PCR, and the green being the probable, which are primarily antigen tests. And you can see the peak. We saw peak cases one day over 1,700 in about the second week of January, and we've been coming down since. I do want to say a little bit of a word about the data. The state started updating the data system on Saturday, and it'll be completed next Saturday. Updating to a new version, and we were unable to pull data yesterday. There were some, but not all of it. And so these data are really as of last Friday. So just so you know, expect the data. We weren't able to post to the dashboard yesterday because we didn't have data. So expect the data to be a little bit difficult for the next week as they complete the upgrade of the system. So it is, apparently the geocoding kind of went down, so they couldn't code it to counties. So it's there, it's just not coming out to us. As we look at our case rate, this is our 7-day average, 7-day lag, and you can see the peak about mid-January and coming down. Really went up very fast and very high, and it's coming down. Hopefully will continue to come down just as quickly as it went up. But that's not been our previous experience, quite frankly. Our testing positivity, 7-day average, 7-day lag as usual, we're down. We were up about 33% of all the PCR tests being positive. We're down to about 25, so a quarter of the tests being positive. What you can see in the bottom there is always put the volume in, and it's 565 per 100,000 per day. That's a drop of 200 per 100,000 per day, so about 1,000 tests a day. We have dropped since 2 weeks ago when I was last here. So definitely seeing a decreased demand in testing. It increased quickly, and it's decreasing quickly as well. So that's good news because the demand is reflective of disease spread as well. This is the wastewater surveillance from Modesto, and as you can see, it continues to decrease. The way these graphs are produced are a little different, as you can see on the y-axis there. They just look at it compared to 2 weeks ago and whether it's going up or going down. So it's about half now of what it was 2 weeks ago, which is good and shows a nice downward trend. The green line that says the Del 143, 145 is the Omicron, and it's estimated to be somewhere between, 84% is the estimate, up to 96% of what we're seeing. So it's primarily Omicron in certainly Modesto sewage. Looking at our hospitals, so you can see that what we're seeing is a nice decrease as well. So the orange is the hospitalizations, the red is the ICU. And you can see that they are coming down, still over 200 hospitalized and, some in the ICU, but definitely decreasing. So seeing a good trend. Hospitals are still extremely full, but it is improving. And then I'd like to bring this forward that there is a huge blood supply shortage. There's shortage of so many items. As you know, the supply chains are very difficult right now. But we can, we can't do something about saline shortages and vacutainer shortages, but we can all donate blood. So there is a large shortage. It's nationwide shortage. It is impacting hospitals. So here, go to redcrossblood.org to find a donation near you. There are many sites and many blood drives in our county. And if step up, we've been doing it in public health as well, stepping up to go and donate blood to help out our anyone who needs it. Going into the treatments, so as of yesterday, we got allocated more treatments, 576 of molnupiravir and 140 of Paxlovid. These are courses, so individual people to treat. I still say allocation interval unknown, but they come pretty regularly every 2 weeks, even though that's not been a commitment, so we're starting to depend on them coming every 2 weeks. And this sotrovimab, 144, and that's a weekly allocation. So we're getting about somewhere around 150 a week. It was 150 last time, 144 this week. So continue to hopefully see these are increases, as you can see, for the Paxlovid, the oral antivirals. and the molnupiravir, and we hope that they continue to increase in availability for our treatments. Again, putting in who's at high risk for severe disease. To reiterate this, the ends of the age spectrum, so the older age and those aged less than 1 year at the highest risk, and all the other diseases there. And again, that immune compromised is not just the disease, but also many, many of the treatments that are given for the disease. So anyone has these, please talk to your doctor about how you can prevent COVID, how you can get treated if you test positive.
Okay, I'm going to cover a few of the slides here, starting with these on prevention and diagnosis. You've seen this before, but there are some things that individuals can't do to change what an outcome may be, but there certainly are some individual choices that can help at least long term in avoiding some of those illnesses, including what we've defined as what CDC has defined as those most vulnerable to COVID. Testing, Dr. V mentioned that the testing volumes are down, but just because we do get questions about this, who should get tested as soon as the COVID-19 symptoms begin, 5 days after close contact with somebody with COVID, and then of course there are other workplace requirements, some of which are Cal OSHA requirements. Where to get tested, we just want to emphasize this again because the hospitals do tell us that the emergency rooms are quite busy, and we really want folks to only use the emergency rooms for emergent care and not for a non-urgent COVID test. There's over-the-counter home tests, and we're hearing that those are starting to be in better availability, and still, of course, many locations throughout the county to get a PCR test, and go to our website so you can see where those testing sites are and register. We spent a lot of time in most recent reports about testing capacity and how we were ramping up for all the volume with the Omicron spread, and we're really watching that now. It is way down. It's about, depending upon site, with the Salida series and Turlock sites, we're 20 to 40% subscribed now. So it's significantly changed. So we're working with the state's vendor on ramping that back down. And then again, we just encourage those that haven't been vaccinated to get vaccinated, or if you haven't gotten your booster, to get your booster. And this is the way to an easy way to find an available appointment. I wanted to mention too that on this My Turn site, there's also access to testing resources, but we would encourage the public to go to our site. It's just more current than the My Turn sites. And again, this is our the information about our website. There's lots of information about COVID and certainly other public health matters as well.
All right, so I'm going to continue on talking about where we've been and where we're looking to go. So just to recap the situation when the pandemic first started. So we had our first known cases, as you know, in January of 2020, with the first deaths in February. County Public Health, we were notified as our first COVID-exposed Stanislaus County resident on February 2, 2020. And we opened up our emergency operations center on February 6. So we had, at that beginning, as you recall, very little testing. It all had to go to the CDC. We knew very little about the virus or the treatments, although there was some information coming out of China. And the vaccine development had begun. I mean, they'd sequenced the virus and started vaccine development in January. For the Office of Emergency Services, the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, was activated February 27, 2020, which engaged multiple county departments and cities. The first California COVID death, March 4, but later determined there were some in February. And the local emergency declaration was proclaimed, and the local health emergency was declared on March 11, 2020, and ratified by the Board of Supervisors on March 17. So what we're seeing now is we've seen a lot of changes in this virus. We've seen a lot of variants come, and they continue to emerge, and they will continue to emerge through time. We really are in a much better place now than we were in January 2020, as I think you know. There's a lot of public awareness about layers of protection, which we've talked about so many times, testing and how to find it. We have vaccination as prevention available. There are some treatments available that, while in short supply, are still available. Most of the population has some level of protection against severe disease, including hospitalization, death, either from vaccination or from previous infection, as we talked about last time. And we are going to continue to learn the best actions for our optimum way to prevent severe disease, but we have most of our tools in place now. So going through those tools, testing is widely available, right? We have rapid home antigen tests that have become widely available. They got in short supply for a while, but they're starting to open up again. And so people who want to know and want to test have better access to testing, certainly than any time in the last 2 years. The demand for the PCR, which is the testing that has to take place in a laboratory and so has some delays, is decreasing, along with need for sample collection that's been done outside of really the healthcare system, right? It's been run through a contract between public health and the state, and that's just sample collection. For vaccinations, again, they're offering very good protection against severe disease and death. They're offering some protection against symptomatic infection.
Guys, we gotta just, everybody's gonna get their chance, so let's just be polite and let everybody speak, please.
A large proportion of our population at risk for severe disease has been vaccinated and received their booster shots, as we talked about last time. Vaccines may soon be authorized for that last group that has no access to vaccine at this time, and that's those children aged 6 months to 4 years.
Please, guys, let everybody have their chance. You're going to have your chance to talk, and let's let her have her chance. Thank you.
And finally, the technology exists to rapidly update the vaccine to address emerging variants if necessary. And then for the treatments, there are antivirals and there are monoclonal antibodies that have been authorized or approved to protect against severe disease, so once you test positive. While supplies are currently limited, and they still are, and in high demand, that will change over the next few months as supplies open up. And healthcare providers should soon be able to order and prescribe without the needed prioritization. So that's what we see for the future.
Patrice, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. So as you know, the staff recommendations before you this morning ask your board to consider termination of the local emergency proclamation while retaining the local health emergency declaration. And this is due to the different protections afforded the county under the local health emergency that are still needed in our response to COVID. Those two emergency orders can be very confusing, so I'm going to do my best to try to highlight the differences. Okay, so within the local emergency, the director of the Office of Emergency Services, who is our sheriff now, has the authority to proclaim a local emergency under California Code and under county code as well. The action is required to be ratified by the Board of Supervisors, and while ordinarily would need to be renewed every 60 days, the governor's emergency proclamation suspended that requirement. So this local emergency proclamation that was put into place back in March of 2020 will remain in effect until the board takes action to terminate it. The intent of the local emergency proclamation is to support the county in times of disaster and imminent threat to public safety and health. And there's examples on the screen, but of course that does include epidemic and pandemic, which is the situation that faced us back in March of 2020 when your board did ratify this action. The proclamation would allow access to federal and state reimbursement. It did do that in the beginning, and those funds and resources have come to the county to assist us as we have responded to COVID over the last 2 years. And it also provides authority to the Office of Emergency Services Director Sheriff to make immediate decisions and take actions, which includes contracting and securing resources to respond to the emergency. That last bullet is actually really important, I think, in understanding the differences between the two. So essentially, the local emergency allows rapid response to the emergency condition in times when it isn't possible or practical to come to your board and engage with policy direction prior to being to taking those steps. And that's why we come back to the board for ratification of those actions as soon as possible. Okay, so this visual is very tiny, and it's okay because you don't really need to read all the tiny dates of when we came to the board. The important point is that you can see the clusters of the actions. In the past 2 years, county staff have reported to the board on 10 separate occasions. Each of those little colored boxes is an occasion. And those events were to summarize the emergency actions that were taken at the staff level, requiring subsequent ratification by your board. So you can see 9 of those actions occurred in the first year between March 17th and February 23rd of 2021. So that's when the conditions were rapidly changing, and we had a lot of need to be making operational, procedural, administrative actions quickly. These emergency declarations, which were subsequently ratified by the board, included such things as authorities to, both emergency declarations came to the board, authorities for Health Services Agency and separately the sheriff to make critical decisions related to things like office closures, public access restrictions, how we would respond to the various emergency situations, and authorities for the chief executive officer to implement operational efficiencies, things that supported remote work when that was needed, electronic signature practices, and other HR human resource policy adjustments for supports, leave supplies, equipment, to put into place the tools that were needed for social distancing, safety in the workplace, safety for our public coming into our buildings when we could. And then expedited contracting and procurements. And those actions included things like a facility lease, testing, contact tracing when that was a need, extra help, and then, of course, pursuing personal protective equipment when that was a community need as well. The final ratification actually occurred in January of 2022, but it was an accounting, I'm going to call it a technical adjustment for costs and actions that had occurred earlier in our emergency response, and just by that time had exceeded the $200,000 limit when we need to come back to the board. So this timeline demonstrates that the staff need to exercise that local emergency authority was essential in the first year of the response, and we have not needed to do so in this last year. Okay, so the next is the local health emergency declaration. This is the second type. In this emergency, the Stanislaus County Public Health Officer under California Code may declare a local health emergency, again, when there is imminent and proximate threat, but to the health of the public. The local health emergency declaration enables the county to effectively respond, in this case to COVID-19 outbreak, may potentially claim for reimbursement for that response, could be funding, could be other resources brought to bear in the county, and ensures that the county health professionals have the necessary tools to keep the community safe. Further, the local health emergency can raise public awareness, that's part of the function, and support increased attention for the community and for individuals on the role that they can play in assisting in response and prevention. And then, however, as Jody mentioned at the beginning, we want to tell you what things don't do as well. So the local health emergency declaration is not related to the authority to establish other local public health orders. The local health emergency has no bearing on the state's authority, and they may establish state public health orders completely independently and different. And the local health emergency declaration has no bearing on Cal OSHA's requirements. So at this time, given the information that Dr. Vaishampayan and Marianne have shared this morning, county staff no longer require the broad authorities inherent under the local emergency. However, with the local health system still impacted by COVID-19 response, and we do hear that from our health community, the local health emergency is still needed. Some of the reasons for that continuation of the local health emergency are that we have a continued reliance on health system support from outside agencies. We're still relying on mutual aid response to ensure EMS services and in support of hospital capacity for adequate health needs being met in the community. We still have State of California staff assisting with case investigations and providing resources for testing at no cost to the County General Fund. State of California also continues to fulfill mutual aid requests for staffing and supplies to the healthcare system as needed. We have continued to seek FEMA reimbursement. This is through the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and I do just want to say that FEMA initially was tied to the declaration of the local emergency. We have confirmed that we are going to continue to be able to bill for FEMA eligible services should the board choose to terminate the local emergency. That is still a funding source that will be available to us. And I'm stressing that because I will say I was surprised in the 30 years I've worked in finance in the government, that FEMA has been very much tied to those. But we have confirmed that we can continue to bill in place because the state emergency order is in place. Okay, and then finally, hospital capacity continues to be challenged, and we are needing to be poised in case of future mutations and variants. So with that, we think that provides the logic behind the continuation of the local health emergency. So that brings us to, finally, in terminating the local emergency, should your board choose to do so, it means that the Director of Emergency Services, our sheriff, will not be able to exercise unilateral authority to act without your approval on the types of actions that I mentioned earlier. The sheriff has confirmed this isn't needed, but he's going to come up right after me to tell you in his own words what he does need and how he would recommend we go forward. What this doesn't mean by terminating the local emergency is it doesn't affect the requirements for the schools or businesses that are being issued with standards through the state of California and OSHA and not local public health. So that's my best summary of those two emergencies. And unless you have a question, I'm going to invite the sheriff.
Very good. Thanks, Patrice. All right. Jeff, come on up. Thank you. Thanks, Patrice. Jeff, good morning. How are you?
I am doing well, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And members of the board, Mr. Hayes and Mr. Bose, thanks for having me up this morning. Obviously, I am going to primarily limit my comments to the state of emergency, but I do want to talk about the public health aspect of this and the public health order. As the sheriff, I like to stay in my lane. I have no medical expertise beyond Band-Aids, tourniquets, and some other various ditch medicine that nobody wants to experience. So I'm going to defer all of that to Dr. V. But I do think that without question, COVID is still here and it still has a medical impact on our community. We see it in our hospitals, and that has been our overwhelming mission and our primary mission from day one, and that's protecting our hospital capacity. So I think that the public health emergency aspect of this is still critically important. But when we talk about the state of emergency, Patrice did a great job outlining, why it exists and what we do with it. And a lot of that kind of dynamic executive authority was needed early on, primarily back when Mr. Hayes was still the Director of Emergency Services before it transitioned to me last year. But there were times where we did large immediate purchases of PPE or other equipment because it was available and we had to move quickly. It was not something that we could bring to the board or go through our normal channels on. We had to act quickly, which is what that authority conveys on us. And much to the chagrin of HR, we hired a lot of staff very, very quickly. As in, like I hired them today, and I told my staff tomorrow that we hired them and to get them onboarded. And that caused no end of grief. But it was absolutely important for a variety of reasons. At OES, because we required some additional staff to fill key roles for our outreach efforts and so on. But we had to move very quickly, and that's what that authority grants us. But now we are no longer in that situation. COVID has, as we move into this endemic phase of it, or kind of a steady state type of operation that hopefully is going to go away before long, we are now in our typical response where we go through our typical protocols for purchasing approvals and so on. We come to the board for major items, and this executive authority needs to be put away. And, as the person that has the vast majority of that executive authority, I also think it is critically imperative that we put the genie back in the bottle and return to our typical legislative processes that are what our democracy functionally is founded on. And so I am telling you at this point, as the sheriff, as the director of emergency services, this is no longer needed, and we need to go back to normal. And with that, I also want to make it very clear that as the sheriff and the director of emergency services, if we have to declare a state of emergency for something in the future, whether it's another pandemic, God forbid, or a flood or a fire or something that we do see more typically in our county, we also need to make sure that there is no, emergency fatigue in our community, where they treat that state of emergency as the emergency that it is. And so that is a very practical reason why we need to put this away and hopefully not have to pull it out anytime soon. So, subject to any questions.
Any questions for Jeff? What was Chance?
Thank you, Sheriff. I really appreciate your words and your presentation today. I was just curious, is there a data that led you to this decision in ending the local emergency?
And I don't know if we can back up a couple slides. I don't know who's running the show. One more, two more. The one that had the little bar, that one right there. As you can see up here, other than the kind of update that Patrice alluded to a few moments ago in January of this year, we have not functionally had to operate in a state of emergency for almost a year. And we had actually had this discussion several months ago in November. Yeah, when we started this, like, hey, we don't think this needs to happen. And then, of course, Omicron was on the horizon. There was we were uncertain as to what the impact of that would be. Obviously, going into the holidays, things tend to slow down anyway. So we pushed it into the new year, and obviously here we are.
Thank you. And so do you foresee us, because there will possibly be another variant in the future, do you foresee us sticking to this course? Because we don't want to play ping pong and go back and forth, and then you're back in front of us again 3 months from now and saying that we need to reissue this.
I would probably defer that medical side to Dr. V, just that's outside of my expertise. However, I think that at this point in time where we are at with the structure and the knowledge that we have kind of from that operational and managerial side on how to deal with this, no, I would absolutely not expect to stand in front of you and request or have declared and then request ratification of another state of emergency related to COVID.
Sure, and these lines of questioning kind of play into my questioning from a couple weeks ago, is what is the threshold for us to issue an endemic, to end these sort of local emergencies? Because we can't have open-ended actions without clear objectives. We have to set a bar, and we have to try to achieve that bar so that we can return to normalcy, so that we can truly live with this disease that is going to be amongst us just like the flu on an inherent basis. And so that's really the only way we can really return to normalcy completely, is by setting an objective and trying to achieve it. And that's why we need to go off of clear data, set a bar, and try to achieve that data so that we can truly turn back to normalcy. But outside of that, I do think we should set a threshold. Obviously, we're ending this local emergency today, which I'm going to be in support of. But again, we can't just have open-ended actions without objectives. In regards to that, I would like to ask questions in regards to natural immunity. Dr. V, can you kind of address natural immunity and the potential for equal status in that?
Sure. We have more presentation, but I'll continue. So, there are a lot of data that are coming out about immunity, and it looks as if, I presented that 2 weeks ago, right? So, looking at the protection against severe disease, hospitalization, and death, that looked from the California data that was published, that looked like it was about the same as the vaccine, right? And so, I believe, that's there, and that's it. The question you're asking is more about the policy, and this policy is from the federal government and the state government. So I don't have any policy, I don't have any way to impact the policies that are made around that. I think the data are there. I use my voice to advocate, but that's the extent of what I can say about the policy-making process for that.
We would establish that policy. But my question is, would you agree that natural immunity gives them equal status as the vaccinated.
For protection against severe disease and death, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know many European countries have already started recognizing that. And so I'm glad that you agree with that, and I would say that we, as policymakers, should recognize that as well. And that, again, goes back to my original point in my line of questioning to the sheriff, is what is the threshold? What is the data that will say that we have enough natural immunity or enough vaccinated in our community in order to return to complete normalcy? Because we won't ever be normal as long as these actions are in place. And I do say that as someone who has chosen to be vaccinated. I've chosen to get the booster. I'm an expecting father, which I'm very proud of, and I've chosen to take those precautions in order to protect my fiance and her pregnancy. So I really appreciate your time. Thank you, Sheriff. Look forward to supporting this.
Okay, I know you guys have more, thanks, Chance. I know you guys have more presentation here before maybe any other questions. We'll finish up the presentation. Okay, you guys keep going. Thank you.
Okay. What we wanted to do is, as we're trying to move from where we've been to where we really want to get back to our regular operations, what we wanted to bring before you were some focus areas and strategies that we're looking to move towards. So this has long been the primary objective of the pandemic response, really, to protect the health of the community by protecting the capacity of the acute healthcare system. So the focus areas, the strategies are all around what you see here, to support the medical system, to prevent severe disease with vaccination, support schools to maximize in-person education, maximize treatment services, ensure community access to testing and personal protective equipment, PPE, and to provide clear and timely communication to the public. So I'm just going to go into a little bit more detail. So goal 1, to support the operational integrity of the medical treatment system in Stanislaus County. We continue to support the hospitals and other the skilled nursing facilities, certainly, and other facilities with resource requests, and that is current. That's still currently happening and viewed as an ongoing focus area that we need to pay attention to, and certainly to maintain communications with the hospitals. That is one way that we stay informed on how to move forward. To maximize vaccination of the high-risk populations, really trying to focus now on those that are most vulnerable to severe disease, and trying to prioritize a public campaign to encourage those individuals to talk with their physician, talk with their healthcare provider. And one strategy that we want to try to pursue is to establish an advisory group of community physicians to help inform actions and assist with messaging. And I want to say it's not that we haven't been all along working with the medical community. We have. But in terms of where we are now and trying to really focus on this target population, to try to have a specific advisory group for that from the medical community. To maximize in-person education for all students, and this again is something that we've been trying to help support the local school districts to understand the state policies on how to move forward and keep kids in school. Maximize community treatment services to keep people healthy and avoid the unnecessary hospitalization. We continue to bring updates on the changes and what's becoming available in terms of treatment. And again, we've had discussion here with regard to what is available. Is it being subscribed? And so again, working with the medical community, because that's really where we need to be to ensure that those patients get the available treatments. To ensure availability of testing resources and appropriate face masks, that we will continue to encourage our residents to seek the information from their healthcare providers. Really moving back, when we talk about moving from where we've been to where we where we want to be in the future is back to the healthcare system and individuals working with their healthcare providers, their physicians, in order to get the information they need, get referrals, get diagnosis and referrals for treatment, and in all that we're doing to ensure that there's equity of access for all county residents to testing and PPE. And then timely community-centric education and communications, really trying to be sure that what we're messaging, we're listening to the community and we're getting the information out that the community is looking for. And I just wanted to mention that in terms of, I thought you might want to know what we're hearing. The kind of the 5 most common topics that we were hearing last week include callers saying that they've received a positive test and they have questions on what to do, and questions about what supports might be available for them. We get a lot of calls requesting how to get a replacement vaccination card. Questions about the different testing types, the rapid antigen and the PCR tests, and locations. How do I get a test? Calls for asking to schedule for a homebound vaccine appointment, which we've been pretty good about being able to meet on a 7-day, about a week. Within a week, we've been able to get out with our team. And then businesses make up kind of that last piece, that businesses that are reporting positive cases. Sometimes it's just a matter of reporting. Sometimes they feel like they may have an outbreak and want some advice, want some assistance on what to do to get through that outbreak. And the information that we receive will continue to help inform the public information, the activities that we do.
Okay, and I'm going to end with the cliff analogy. And for those of you who heard this, I'm bringing it back from 2019. And I know we have some new board members, and I thought I'd bring this. During this pandemic, the lines between like the medical system and public health have become quite blurred. And this is one of the analogies that I have used to try to explain the difference. I'm not the best artist, and so this is me drawing stick people in PowerPoint with a mouse. So it's just take it for how it comes. So I can see some people remember this. So these are a group of people moving through life, and the cliff is the health cliff, right? So we're moving through life and we're being healthy. And then one of the people fall off the health cliff. And then we have an ambulance and a hospital system at the bottom to pick them up and try to move them back to the top of the cliff as best as they can. One of the other things we can do is put a safety net there. So when people fall down, they get caught by the safety net, right? And they don't get all the way to the bottom. They don't need the hospital care. They can be caught and returned to the top of the cliff. Another way you can do this is you can build a fence at the top of the cliff so people don't fall down. And finally, we really like people not to get close to the edge of the cliff so that they don't fall over that cliff into poor health. And so as we look at all these different ways where we can take action, the ambulance, as I said, this is the acute care, this is the sick care. I'm really sick, so let's take like a heart attack, for example. I'm having a heart attack. I need to go to the hospital. I need my sick care. So this safety net here that we've built halfway down is our secondary prevention. Say, okay, well, you've had a heart attack. Let's prevent you from having another one. What do we need to do to prevent you from having another one? This at the top can be some of the screening that happens, like, okay, we're looking at you, you're getting older, you might be more at risk for a heart attack, let's look at your cholesterol, let's measure your blood pressure, and let's try to prevent you from even getting heart disease so that you don't go down there. Or the other thing we can do is move people back from the edge of the cliff and focus on eating well, exercising a lot, trying to ensure that your cholesterol doesn't get high, you don't get high blood pressure. And so those are some of the actions that we try to take. So as you see here, these actions here, the safety net that catches you on the way down, the acute care, that's in the medical care system. The public health system is really about trying to move people away from the edge of that cliff, trying to ensure that there's opportunities for people to get healthy and stay healthy. We overlap usually on the primary prevention that we both do in the healthcare and in the public health. So as we're looking at moving forward with COVID, For COVID example, sick and in the hospital with COVID, would be the tertiary system there. The secondary would be like the monoclonal antibodies. You're sick now, you've tested positive, here's the monoclonal antibodies or the antivirals for you. The primary prevention is vaccine. Vaccine is one of the classic primary preventions, prevents you from needing the healthcare system. And that's where we overlap. Or moving back from the edge can be the other mitigation measures, all the education that you have, staying outside. It also does with exercising and eat well. Hard to do in the middle of a pandemic and change your diabetes risk factor. But it's one of the things that can keep you more healthy throughout life. So what we really visualize for 2022 is really moving public health out of the healthcare realm and back into our public health realm, and really working on prevention and moving people away from the edge of the cliff. So I just wanted to close with that as we're moving into 2022. And this is, as I said, ensuring opportunities for health. So my terrible drawing trying to illustrate the difference in this and where we're trying to go with this pandemic. So here I have the staff recommendations. Accept a report on the COVID-19 emergency response in Stanislaus County. The second is consider termination of the local emergency proclaimed by the CEO as Director of Office of Emergency Services on March 11, 2020, while retaining the 2019 novel coronavirus local health emergency declared by the Public Health Officer, also on March 11, 2020, as ratified by the Board, both of those on March 17, 2020. And number 3, adopt the resolution terminating the proclamation of a local emergency. And number 4, consider the focus areas and strategies for the county's COVID-19 response for 2022. Thank you.
Very good. So thank you guys very much for the presentation. Everybody involved, Jeff, Patrice, and Mary Ann, and Julie. I think what we're going to do, if we could, guys, is take a 5-minute break here. If everybody just give us 5 minutes here, because I think we've got a lot of cards here that we're gonna go. So let's take 5 minutes, and we'll come back in just 5 minutes here. Okay, I think we're going to get going here if we can rein everybody back in. Okay, I'm going to wait for Jody to get back up, or Vito's back here. We're going to call this meeting back to order. Hopefully we got a chance for their bathroom breaks here. And we are now, before we go out to public comment, does anybody on the board have any questions of staff? Or staff has left. No, they're still here. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, we have no questions. Okay, then we're going to go out to the public for any comments and questions. Okay, so we're going to start off with Megan. I heard you had to leave, so I'm going to go with Megan Short right off the bat. That's okay.
Good morning,
Good
gentlemen.
morning. How are you? Good.
I just have a few things, really. First off, state of emergency, by definition, a situation...
Yeah, sorry, Megan, pull that mic down.
Oh, well, see, usually we have this problem where I'm, like, really loud, so... And they don't like to be yelled at, so... My name's Megan Short, by the way. State of emergency, by definition, is a situation of national danger or disaster in which government suspends normal constitutional procedures in order to regain control. Okay, like everything that's going on is a huge pass of the buck. Public health passes it, mask and everything else, guidance to the school. School guides it back to them. They guide it to CDPH. Like, it's all a mess. We are not in a state of emergency. Is there situations that are going on? Yes. I ran a couple numbers, these are based off CDPH numbers. Population of California, 331 million. Okay, we ran case numbers. According to them, 2.44% of the population has tested positive. Doesn't that seem kind of low when we're in the middle of this highly infectious virus that spread so rapidly that we've closed down and we've done all this for 2 years? 2.4%? That seems low to me. So Stanislaus County's numbers, 20.39. Again, I don't know, maybe that's low. Is that altered? Even according to their numbers, this is their numbers as of Friday, because that was the last update. 0.28% death rate in this county. So in this county, if you get COVID, you have a 99.72 survival rate. And that's not to mock anybody or to make fun of anybody that's died of COVID, because I understand that this is personal and there are a lot of people out there. But again, like, our children are suffering. There's a lot of people that are suffering on these guidelines set by the state. People cannot go into the emergency room and have an advocate. Some of our most vulnerable people, health crises, because of something with a 99.72 survival rate. Like, it's getting out of hand. Like I said, I don't really have too much. Just a couple numbers that I think that we're to the point that I think we need to start asking the state of California to prove that we're in a state of an emergency, rather than having us show up every single week proving to you that we're not. The numbers, they don't represent. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. Okay. Next up, we have Steve Manuel. We're going to go through the Manuel family here.
Man, I get started off first. All right, cool. Okay. Well, I'm Steve Manuel. Shoot, where to start? We just heard a bunch of the stuff about, all these cases and studies and all these numbers, and he hit on, your natural antibodies. Where's the data on this? Why aren't they testing people for natural antibodies or using natural sources? Doctors talk about it all the time. Like, there's stuff you can use in your life. You can use eating healthy, exercising, all these different things to, combat viruses, and it's like we are so upfront to push the mandates, the vaccines. If you don't do this, we put you in fear to, it forces you to do this. And I mean, today I stand before you, it's not to complain, but I want to find a solution for this. This city has all these mandates. You can't go into places without a mask. Well, here we are. Some of us are wearing masks, some aren't. It's a choice, right? But on the door there, it's a facade. We have that out there. Okay, put your mask on, you can enter. Then after what you do, who cares, right? I mean, it's getting silly, but I mean, for families out here, I mean, this whole COVID thing, it's like a curse word. I mean, we've caused families, struggles in families, hardships in families, tensions. I mean, our kids are getting depressed because they can't go to school without fear. They go to school, and it's like they're in a position to where, Mom, can I take off my mask? Dad, can I take off my mask? It's getting silly. It's like, it's so hard on these kids. I mean, kids need to be kids. I mean, when I grew up, we went outside. We played in the sun. It was exercise, fun every day. And it's like, now our kids are in fear, like, hey, do I have to put on my mask? I mean, I watched my kids play basketball. I mean, I'm going off script. This is crazy. But my kids, they went and played basketball without masks. They smiled. They laughed. They yelled. It was cool. There was no mask on them. And it was great to see. It's like, I've heard a lot, about state of emergency. How are we in a state of emergency? We're holding the Super Bowl, for crying out loud. The most people come here. I mean, the state of emergency it's getting crazy. And it's like, Sheriff Dirksey just said this needs to end. And people say, oh, well, how does this end? It's like, you take off your mask and see. I mean, it's okay to wear a mask. That's your choice, but it's a choice. People can make choices for themselves. We don't have to go with the whole group, and it's not selfish. Some people say it's selfish if you don't wear a mask. Some people say it's selfish if you do wear a mask. But there is a choice, and we're not given that. It's being taken away, and it's like every day it's being taken away. Today, I've been getting calls this whole time. I had this whole speech ready to go, and this whole time I've been getting blown up by my school saying that my kid needs to be picked up. And that's wrong. Because he's been exposed. He was exposed 4 days ago, and I sent him to school. And I sent him to school to say, you do not need to leave. You are not sick. You are a child. You will go to school. And guess what? He's been in school the last 4 days, and that's great. Now they call me and they say, he needs to be picked up and put on a 10-day off clearance because we won't test him. That's our choice to test our children, right? If he hasn't had any symptoms in the last 4 days. The kid's been playing basketball, having fun, living life, and I mean, if I had a choice, I could have brought all 4 of them here. I got 4 boys. I could have had them all up here saying, hey, you know what? We're here, Dad, but they're in school where they need to be. They're in school. Nice comment. But on that note, it's a choice of the parent, right? We raise these kids. They are our family, right? The school, I get, they have rules. And you know what they tell me? That this is protocol. Protocol. They don't care that he's been there 4 days or if he exposed people, which he didn't, because you want to know why? He has natural antibodies. I'm going to tell you right now, I've had COVID, I've had the Omicron, I haven't got the vaccine, and I am living proof that you can survive with antibodies. I'm an immunocompromised person. I fit right in that category, but you want to know what? I'm standing here today just like my forefathers. The people who have come before us without modern technology, all the modern medicines that we have, guess what? We're all standing here today. You want to know why? Because we survived. We are survivors. Our bodies can do this. We don't need all the shots. So, anyways, thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Okay, next up is Michelle. Michelle Manuel. Michelle, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Congratulations on your baby. Is anybody else here a parent? Are you guys all fathers, most of you? Yes. Do you guys like making choices for your children? Do you guys want the school or the government telling you what to do with your kids? I don't either. You don't even have to answer. I think I know. So I'm a real estate agent, a wife, and a mother in our community. I have 4 young boys. As Steve just told you, this is my husband. 3 are school-aged and 1 is preschool-aged. And I would like to state the obvious, that we as Americans are free. The Declaration of Independence has mentioned the laws of nature and of nature's God entitled them. Our currency has on it, "In God we trust." I don't believe that our founding fathers all had the exact same faith or went to the same church. But one thing is for certain, though, they believed that God gave them the right of freedom that they had, unalienable rights, rights that couldn't be taken from them. As a country, as a state, and as a county, these freedoms are being tested, tried, and destroyed. I stand here today and demand my freedoms back, my God-given freedoms back. The school my children attend is a public school. You've heard our latest events, so I guess after meeting today, we get to go pick up my oldest son, who actually loves learning. He is like my most, he just loves being there. He loves education. The kid loves football, but is afraid to play because he doesn't want to get CTE and hurt his intelligence. But anyway, so I'm following the compulsory education law, taking them to school. I have not asked the school to make medical decisions for my children, and I never signed a paper to forfeit my parental rights and ask the school to decide what is best for them medically. I am being forced and coerced into using the EUA products and processes for my children to attend a public school. Therefore, it is against our nation's founding and constitutional rights for the schools, the county board, the State Department of Health, and lawmakers to choose my children's medical health decisions. I'm here to tell you today that my children are to be unmasked immediately. No COVID vaccine will be given to my children, and without discrimination. The state of emergency in our county and state is over. As Steve stated, we are hosting the Super Bowl, so is there really a state of emergency anymore? I have no desire to know any other person's medical history or choices. It's not my business. As people and as parents, we should be able to choose if we or our children are vaccinated for COVID-19 or choose to wear a mask or not. I really don't care. It doesn't bother me. COVID-19 masking is proving to be unsuccessful in stopping or slowing the spread of this virus. Controlling the people is not controlling the virus. Governor Newsom was seen twice now, once on November 6, 2020, and also on January 30th of this year without his mask. Our own governor appears to be tired of following these COVID-19 mandates. It is long past time for the people in this state and nation to make our own medical choices using our own free will regarding the mask, testing, and vaccines. These are private health choices that are not the government's, state health board, or school district's decisions. I loved her pictures because isn't it our choice to go near the edge of the cliff, right? It would be our choice to take those risks. So just like we're not really controlling people that go through the drive-thru at McDonald's for their heart health, why are we controlling all of these other things? It's garbage, okay? These are not one-size-fits-all solutions, and I will leave you with this. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with the certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their powers from the consent of the governed. Yes. We are the creator of you guys, okay? That whenever any form of government becomes destructive, which you guys are destroying our freedoms, not you guys personally, I know you guys are middlemen, but please speak up for us in any capacity possible. That you guys, it's destructive of these ends. It is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. I don't know if that's a threat or not. And to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Our safety and happiness is being affected by people trying to, like they think they're keeping us happy and safe by quarantining, making my kid stay home for 10 days because I don't want to test him. That's my personal choice to test him or not. If he has no symptoms, he should be in the classroom learning. And I was of a half a mind to go pick him up and bring him here and explain to you how he felt about what is happening to him when he loves to learn. He talks about being an engineer. We've talked to him about working for NASA. You guys are dumbing that down. And not to mention, my 5-year-old, I'm going to squeeze this in, I'm sorry. I don't mean any disrespect. But my 5-year-old, you guys, when I talk to him, where is he looking to learn language, to learn songs? He's looking at my mouth. How are these kids in the school? How is that good for them? How are they learning when they can't even see the teacher's face? Unmask people if they want to be unmasked. If the teachers in the classroom feel safest wearing their mask, by all means, do what you got to do to feel safe. But please, don't do it to my kids.
Thanks, Michelle. Okay, next up we have Jerry.
I get to follow that.
Yes, sorry. Jerry, good morning. How are you?
Well, I'm fine, thank you. I would like to address the board. First, I'd like to say, I notice some of you have masks and some don't. It's a nice choice, isn't it? Taking our rights away is wrong. And on behalf of my 4 grandsons that are being asked to come home from school when they're perfectly healthy is wrong. Forcing them to get a vaccine that has only even been in the works a little over a year is wrong. They have natural immunities. I suffered COVID. I lost my mom to COVID. I've had the vaccination to be safe. Do I believe my grandson should? Absolutely not. They're children. They have natural immunities. Every one of us could be affected. We don't know about something that has not had time to be fully tested. I really ask you to think about your kids and your future generations, because we do not know. And it's been proven through the years. There have been very many medical mistakes. I don't want them to be subject to one of them. I'm done. I'm 63, I'm retired. I am not going to procreate, but they are. And I want to give them that choice. I don't feel they're being given the choice. That's it for me.
Thanks, Jerry. Okay, next up we have Kent Higgins. Kent Higgins? Kent, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, and how are you?
Good, thank you.
Okay. First of all, what's in the vaccine? I mean, if I'm going to put that in my body, can you tell me what's in the vaccine? Yes. You can. Okay? I would like to know what's in it. Okay? I am thankful for our sheriff for what he has proclaimed. I'm very happy with that. So, well, let's go on here. I just saw Senator Ron Johnson's COVID-19 panel. These were medical experts discussing a response to the pandemic. First, they said what they have been threatened by the CDC and the FDA that they would lose their licenses if they make their own decisions with the care of their patients. And then another one that was on the panel was Dr. Peter McCulloch. He said the vaccine, now this is, I'm going to hold off on this maybe, oh no, I'll just say it. He said the vaccine is biologically dangerous to the country and to the world. The spike protein is acknowledged to be dangerous, and it travels all over the body to all the vital organs. The vaccines are causing fatal and non-fatal events that are not being reported. Here's another guy on the panel, another doctor, Dr. Ryan Cole. He has seen all types of cancers take off like wildfires. After the vaccine is given, especially people in remission, he said the P53 gene is the most important gene to protect us from cancer. It checks your DNA before it replicates. It is our guardian of cancer, but the spike protein interferes with the process. Okay, last time I was here, I mentioned this. The FDA just asked, it's past information now, the FDA just asked the court to allow Pfizer to keep all of their information hidden until 2076. So the Federal Drug Administration asked the federal judge to give it until the year 2076 to fully release the documents in its possession, documents tied to the approval of the Pfizer vaccines. Why is this? This should tell you everything you need to know. They don't want us to see what's in the vaccine. So, an update to that, the judge has told Pfizer to release all the information within 8 months, so we get to see, hopefully, what's in the vaccine, okay? And I just kind of wonder how well our public health officials, sleep tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kent. Next up, we have Amanda Stahl. Jeez. Yeah, sorry, Amanda. And then the next one after Amanda, I'm going to try to speed this up just a little bit. The next one is Rosie Cole. Okay, so
Good
Amanda,
morning. Good morning, gentlemen.
How are you?
Sorry. I'm fine. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. Okay. So I'm just going to jump to it. I'm an educator of 10 years. My name is Amanda Stahl, and I have a 6-year-old, a 3-year-old, and an 8-month-old. November 12th, 2021, a judge made clear that CDPH guidance relating to the mandates is only that, guidance. In fact, the case was in part dismissed because this guidance was not mandatory. Of reference, here is the judge's ruling from page 3 of the enclosed, well, I didn't enclose anything, but when the issue of recommendation versus mandate was addressed at the hearing, plaintiffs requested that to the extent that the defendants are conceding that the testing strategies and the quarantine protocols are recommendations. The court issued an order clarifying that the testing strategies and quarantine protocols were recommendations that school districts were free to disregard. In response to the court's efforts to confirm defendant's position, defendant's counsel reiterated the defendant's position that the testing strategies and quarantine protocols are recommendations only. This, coupled with the plain language of the guidance, further resolves the issue for the court that the testing strategies and the quarantine protocols are recommendations, not mandates. What does this mean? Again, that was quoted from the judge's ruling. This means that CDPH, who was the defendant, has conceded that the guidelines are only recommendations. The word mandatory in guidance does not make it law, and without a law, there is no ramification or punishment for letting parents decide whether or not to mask their children. CDPH is very aware of this fact, which is why they sent the August 23rd, 2021 letter. This legislature has delegated these requirements to school districts the power to decide what is best for their community. School districts can let parents decide, and now they have a court order to help them do it. Sorry.
It's okay, don't worry.
Sorry. I just want to talk real quick about some of the CDPH, their wording and language that has been put out over the past 2 years. They derive that it's authority to take measures from the statute only if there is a necessity and only if they actually work. This means the challenge in that same court case, if challenged, the CDPH would have to prove why it is necessary to mask a healthy child who rarely gets COVID-19, rarely spreads COVID-19, has a 99.9% recovery rate, for he or she does not contract it. The science shows the masks do not work. Like, I'm so sick of this. I'm embarrassed to be a teacher, because there are teachers across your county right now becoming the mask police, sending kids to freezing cold gyms, barricading the doors in because they refuse to wear a mask. I can't. In most school districts, which are all open, there are not enough facts to support a finding necessity, rendering this bold assertion of authority to do whatever they want. It's merely an illusion. In short, masking of healthy children is not necessary or even legal. CDPH has never once actually proven that masking children is necessary or effective, and again, there's no current law mandating masking healthy children. So the claim that there is a legal duty to implement masking requirement and knowingly exposing students to preventable harm that could give rise to liability to a school official is just legally incorrect or misleading. Moreover, a commission or teacher credentialing would actually only admonish, reprove, revoke, or suspend for refusing to obey actual laws. And the only law that we can see teachers being penalized for is violation of Ed Code Section 49005.8, which prohibits the using of a physical restraint technique or obstructing a pupil's airway. Can you breathe in those masks? Can our children breathe? No. And we have taken that from them for the last 2 years. Everything I have said so far, this is about respecting a parent's rights and that they know what is best for their children. Do you want to be the one that forced the 5-year-old, just hold on, in Watsonville to wear a mask that ultimately caused an ear infection? Talk about a liability. Or the Oregon track runner who collapsed just short of the finish line, or a basketball player who had to be resuscitated while being made to mask during practice. I'm going to leave you with this. Somebody called in the community and called the public department about my 3-year-old's preschool because they were not being made to wear masks. Again, I'll say it again. I'm ashamed right now. I am saddened to see all these other teachers around here not standing up for our kids. That is not your job. That is not what I signed up for, and I will take an oath to the grave that I will never do harm to children. I will educate them. So I'm going to go back to my child's preschool. They called. They are mandated to respond to the complaint within 10 days. Guess what, guys? I'm here. I'm complaining. So respond to my complaint and take these masks off of my children.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. Rosie Cole, and then after Rosie, we have Samuel Bosshart. Rosie, good morning.
Good morning. I sent you guys the John Hopkins review online. All right. So, with the recent mask mandate set to expire on February 15th, in some venues, masks will continue to be the rule for school children K through 12 and the unvaccinated. This to me sounds like it's still pushing a vaccine passport agenda, and that's been continuously shut down across the U.S. and in many countries around the world, England and Ireland examples. November 23rd, you guys passed a resolution opposing any COVID vaccine requirement for people using county facilities or services. But like the other parents, we need you to broaden the resolution for no vaccine passports in Stanislaus County and to hopefully suggest that to the Office of Education. CDHP, I had a question. When will families of hospitalized loved ones have the opportunity to feel welcomed back into the hospital setting without vax passports or negative tests? I know Sutter and many other health facilities are no longer accepting coronavirus testing for people to return to work or school, etc. CDHP, this virus is not impacting our kids, and the data supports this, yet we're still stuck between, is it vax our kids or mask mandates? But, you know, with the lack of testing being offered for return to school, return to work, I just want you guys to know this makes it increasingly harder for those who need, you know, proof to move freely into spaces like the hospital to visit their loved ones and move in areas of society where they should be free. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Okay, we have Samuel Bosshart, and after Samuel, we have Maddie Baker. Samuel?
Good morning, Chairman Withrow, members of the board. First, I'll address the state of emergency. I do appreciate Sheriff Dirksey's remarks and recommendations pertaining to the state of emergency. while he may be a better and more benevolent than your average dictator, at this time it's no longer appropriate for him to have state of emergency powers, and he wisely advocates putting the state of emergency genie back in the bottle, and I thank him for that. Now I'd like to address the public health emergency. I call on the public health officer to, in the next presentation, either provide a more detailed explanation of what negative impacts, if any, there would be to ending her public health emergency, or to declare an end to her public health emergency. I think we at least deserve an exit plan. Item 6 on the agenda excludes the public health emergency from its scope of action, although it does briefly voice some support to it. So I'll read a couple of excerpts from item 6, which are the stated justifications for the public health emergency. It says, "It is important to differentiate the ongoing need that remains for the local health emergency as evidenced by continued reliance on health systems, support from outside agencies, and mutual aid response to ensure emergency medical services and hospital capacity to adequately address health needs in the community. In addition, State of California staff are assisting with case investigations and providing state resources at no cost to the County General Fund." Another excerpt I'll read briefly. "The local health emergency declaration enables a county to, to more effectively respond to the COVID-19 outbreak, potentially obtain reimbursement for the response, and ensure the county's public health professionals have the necessary tools at their disposal aimed at keeping the community safe. It also authorizes other political subdivisions and state agencies to provide mutual aid and provide some immunity to physicians, hospitals, nurses, and other specified persons providing medical care at the express or implied request of the public health officer." So these explanations were similar to what we heard earlier today in the presentation, and as far as I'm concerned, they're fairly vague. It was approximately the same level of detail. So I'm just unconvinced that the county has solid justification for remaining in emergency mode as we, approach the 2-year anniversary of its enactment. So that's why I'm calling for an end to it, or a better explanation. And so I'd like to request that the Board of Supervisors ensure that this happens the next time she's here, and to ask questions about specifics as needed. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's about it. So thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thanks, Samuel. Okay, next up we have Madeline Baker, Maddie, and then behind Maddie will be Bernadette Cardina. Maddie, good morning. How are you?
Y'all know I'm not a good talker, so I just need a minute to organize my life real fast.
It's okay.
Okay. I want to first say good morning and thank you, Madeline Baker. I appreciate Dr. V and Mary Ann staying today to hear a public comment. I'm not sure if there's more on the agenda or not, but I appreciate that. Also, there's a blood drive on Friday, February 11th from 9 to 3 at DMC's McHenry Conference Center. Just a FYI. Okay, in regards to your proclamation, I'm not sure how much time I have, so I'm going to go with this, but this sounded a lot like Mary Ann's, the talking points that she talked about in regards to the COVID-19 emergency response focus areas. And if we're talking about ending the proclamation and not the declaration, I'm not sure why these goals are in this section of it. I want to focus mainly, the paragraph before it on page 2 says, at this time with vaccines and boosters widely available to the public and treatment options expanding, it is recommended that the local strategy transition from emergency response to endemic response during the calendar year of 2022. And then that next line says COVID-19 emergency response focus areas and strategies. I'll start with numbers 1 and 2, support operational integrity, and then goal number 2 is maximize vaccination of high-risk populations. It talks about consulting physicians
as well as possible retirees, and a physician-led public campaign. And I think that that should be more inclusive in regards to all aspects of healthcare. Nurses are your frontline workers, PAs, NPs, respiratory therapists. I think that if that's going forward, some of these areas could be expanded on. In regards to goal number 3, maximize in-person education for all students in Stanislaus County, with the purpose being to reduce known impacts resulting from involuntary distance learning, and the strategies are to assist and support the education community and local school districts to understand and interpret state guidelines and options to maximize in-person education. School districts retain authority for school policies and communicate their decisions to their communities. We do not have equity in our county for our school children right now in K through 12. There are some school children that have decided they want mask choice, and for the overwhelming majority are peacefully protesting that right now. But there is not equity. I have friends whose kids have chosen not to mask in multiple school districts and are accommodated in the classroom. And I have friends whose children at other school districts have chosen not to mask and are being verbally harassed and kicked out of class, put in the cold, having doors open and telling when you get cold enough, you'll go on back inside with your mask on. That is abuse to these children. It's abuse. Our governor posted yesterday on his Instagram, like, sorry for crying, it makes me emotional, that case rates have decreased 65% since Omicron's peak. And hospitalizations have stabilized. Since I've been coming and talking with you gentlemen since pretty much August, my focus has been on our children and their mental health. Thanks, babe. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychology, and the Children's Hospital Association have declared a national emergency in children's mental health. The World Health Organization states that children under 5 should not be masked. It is inhibiting their learning. I have some girlfriends whose children have never struggled in pronunciation or school, and now they're in speech classes. Now they're in, have assistants. There is a lot of confusion in regards to who does what. Where do we pass the buck? I'm sorry, I'm not a big touchy-feely person, but I love you so much. Who the buck goes to. Does it go to you guys? I've been to school board meetings. I've been to city council. We've talked with public health. And just to kind of, everybody has a different answer, right? Because there's been a lot of confusion, and I don't think our governor should have put any of you guys in that place. The White House press secretary stated yesterday that it is also true that at some point when the science and data warrants, of course, our hope is that no longer masking is the recommendation, and they're continually assessing that. However, and I quote, she stated, "It is also true that it's always been up to the local school districts to make determinations about how to implement these policies." That is a clear statement from our commander-in-chief saying that it is up to the superintendents and the school districts. It is not public health. That is all. Thank you.
Thanks, Maddie.
Oh, my other question, can I ask one more question?
Sure, go.
Did any of you gentlemen have a hand in writing this proclamation or giving input into it? Anyone?
Really, staff put it together, and yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Bernadette Cardona. And following Bernadette, we have Candace Wyrock.
Yes!
Thank you. Is Bernadette still here? Okay, Bernadette's not, so Candace, you're up. And following Candace will be Rebecca Y.
Okay, so there's a lot of people that want to speak, so I'm going to keep mine short because they have more important things to say. But I do think it's important that, from what I've seen, this is only my second meeting, but I've followed some of your political careers just on the internet, and I do think that you guys are great people, and you truly listen to what we have to say, and I appreciate that. So my ask is that you will do everything in your power to take a stand for these mothers and students and nurses and law enforcement officers and dads and grandparents who are asking you for help. And I know there's only so much that you're legally allowed to do, but think about the option of going further than what you're allowed to do and taking a strong stance and setting the tone for the rest of the state. I feel like, you know, we're so sheltered in Stanislaus County, and I'm so thankful for it because my husband works in the Bay Area, my mother and sister live in the Bay Area, and it's crazy town there. Like, when I tell you that I hate going back to my hometown now, and I am so sheltered and thankful for the life that my husband and my kids and I and all of our friends and family have in Stanislaus County, I'm thankful for that. And we have a real opportunity here to take a bold stance and set the pace for the rest of the counties in our state. And I really think, you know, if you guys do it, I think everybody else will jump on board too. So let's do it, okay? I love you guys. Thank you.
And thank you. Okay, Rebecca Y. And following Rebecca will be Dale Torres. Rebecca, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you guys?
Good, thank you.
I'm going to try to stick to what I wrote, but I probably won't because that's just me. Sorry. Okay, so proclamation, declaration, local health emergency, local emergency, all this mumbo-jumbo talk is government, it's political stuff. It's meant to confuse all of us because that's not our specialty. So we're literally learning from you what the difference is. And all I'm understanding from what Dr. V said is that keeping the local health emergency by terminating the other one, the local emergency, sounds to me like it's just all about money. I don't believe in that being our primary goal. And you guys as leadership roles, your primary goal should not be money. Your primary goal is to represent the people and to uphold our freedom. So I'm looking at math, which is more specific than these political types of conversations. Math, more specifically, according to the CDC, it's not my numbers, I'm not making this stuff up. According to the CDC, COVID has a 99% survival rate. So I don't agree that that's a state of emergency. It never was, it still isn't, and so to say we're going to do away with one state of emergency and keep another state of emergency, it just means it's all about money. So I'm asking you to terminate both. We don't need both. There is no emergency. I have yet to hear Dr. V tell us how many hospitalizations are because of COVID. Because there is no number. I have not heard that number. Chance, I remember you asking, how many are hospitalized with COVID and how many are hospitalized because of COVID? There's no answer to that question. That's not okay. That's hype, that's fear-mongering, that's not okay. It's an excuse to obtain power that has no end. Exactly. That is unconstitutional, that's not okay. I don't consent. We will never consent to this. I feel like it is us versus you, not because you want to be, and I understand your position is difficult, so I apologize for my aggression. I am just very upset that this is being ignored, it's being thrown at you. Our governor has rules that go for him but not for us. That's not okay. He's free, we're not. That's called tyranny. And you guys are political now, whether you like it or not. You know, you guys are in this position. You have more authority to put a stop to this. At least it sends a message to all of California. It sends a message to the White House. We are not in a state of emergency. You know that. Just like somebody else said, I would love to hear more data as to why we need to be kept in a local health of emergency. I'm not convinced. There's no end in sight. I don't know when this is supposed to end. This is just going on and on for so long. We fail to respond to these questions. It just keeps on dragging on and on. I do want to say that what we're being controlled is by fear-mongering and told that it's for our safety. We can't be controlled to our safety so much to the point that we no longer have freedom. We cannot give up one for the other. It just doesn't work that way. If they care so much about freedom, and I don't mean just you, but we have a massive homelessness crisis in this area. We have a mental health crisis. That's documented. That's proof. Where's our concern for that? You believe so much that you care about people to take away our freedoms, but you don't care about us enough to keep us safe from those things. Just certain things where there's monetary benefit to that. And that's not okay. It's a lie that you want to protect me so much that you want to deny my freedom at the same time. As a mom, my son turned 18. I gave him a book of the United States. It had beautiful, colorful pictures. I said, sweetheart, the world is your oyster. Go find happiness. Go follow your dream. Don't stay here because of me. That's the freedom that we give. We clip the wings and we let them be free. We are asking to clip those wings. Let us go free. We are tired of living under this tyranny. This is not normal, and it's not okay. President William Harrison said, "There is nothing more corrupting, nothing more destructive of the noblest and finest feelings of our nature than the exercise of unlimited power." And that's what we're living under, unlimited power with no justification. Grover Cleveland said, "Office holders are the agents of the people, not their masters." President Woodrow Wilson said, "I can imagine no greater disservice to the country than to establish a system of censorship that would deny to the people of a free republic like our own indisputable right to criticize our own public officials." And that being said, Abraham Lincoln said, "Government with its institutions belong to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of the existing government," and everybody else in Sacramento, we can exercise their constitutional right of amending it or their revolutionary right to dismember or overthrow it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. We do have an answer to one of the questions with regard to chances as a percentage of, Jody was going to respond, if you could just really quick.
I apologize. We've had numerous presentations this year, and I just want to recite one of the data elements we shared in prior presentations. We've asked our local hospitals to clarify how many of the patients in the hospital who have tested positive for COVID are in the hospital because of COVID versus just testing positive upon admission while they're in the hospital for some other condition. The local hospitals do not have those numbers to definitively tell us. Just let me finish, please, for just a moment. Other hospital systems have tracked those numbers and reported them, which is why we were asking. They did let us know, although they did not have those, they do have estimates that they've provided us of between 25 to 50% of the local patients testing positive for COVID are not in the hospital because of COVID, but have just tested positive upon admission. So with that information from our local hospital executives, we have operated under the understanding during the Omicron surge that 25 to 50% are not there because of COVID, but have tested positive upon admission. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jody. And on the sorry, Dale, just one second. On the question about staff preparing this, I was involved. I want to say, I don't think anybody else was, but I was involved in phone calls as we were putting this thing together. So yeah, to say that it was only staff that did this, I was on the calls too as we worked on this, just to clarify that. So, okay, Dale, come on up. And after Dale, we have back to Timothy Benefield. Dale, how are you this morning?
Good, very good. Good morning, Board. Thank you, and thank you for responding to the questions. Actually, it's much appreciated. I appreciate and agree with the staff's recommendation to end the local emergency. I do, however, agree with many of the comments requesting that the staff and that this Board also end the local health emergency declaration. And I would say, if not end it, at least amend it to make it more specific. The local health emergency states that there's an imminent threat or proximate threat to public health, but that's too broad. Is the threat to the public at large, or is it to specific groups in the public, such as those who are high-risk populations? It's certainly not a threat to children who are bearing the brunt of the negative impacts of these public health emergency declarations. So if we could amend that public health declaration to exclude them as those under threat, I think that would be much appreciated by the public at large. I do have a couple of questions, some of which were addressed throughout the presentations. I was going to ask why specifically in the report that was given for this item, prior infection was not mentioned as one of the levels of protection in the community. Natural immunity, was not specifically mentioned. Now, it was brought up by Supervisor Condit, which I appreciate, but in the written report, it's not actually specifically mentioned. And I think that that's important to mention, that natural immunity provides better protection than vaccinations do at this point. And that should be included in the record there. In the written report on item number 3, or goal number 3 rather, I agree with this goal, these impacts that are mentioned. I'm sorry if I can find it here. I printed it up as well. Goal number 3, maximize in-person education for all students in Stanislaus County, reduce known impacts resulting from involuntary distance learning. I think you can tell that many of the audience here and the people agree with that goal. However, I'd like to ask that you state specifically what those impacts are. What are the impacts that we would like to reduce, that we're forcing the kids that are going to public schools to face because of masking or distance learning? What are the, let's be specific about these impacts that we want to reduce. And I'd like to ask you, as a Board of Supervisors, were these impacts intended, unintended, or were they considered to be a necessary consequences of the decisions that you were going to make anyway? So it's either you foresaw and intended to have these impacts come to pass, or you didn't foresee them, or you foresaw them and said, well, that's going to be a necessary. The kids' impacts against the kids are a necessary consequence for the actions that we need to take. So be honest about that. Goal number 6 on the report here mentions community-centric education and communications, and the purpose to ensure public has ongoing access to information that is most in demand based on the evolving status of COVID-19. I appreciate that goal. I think information is needed. We've seen how in at least public online spaces, information has been censored to a great degree. But would this information from the county at least include known adverse reactions to COVID-19 vaccines? Has the county made mention of that in their information, their public information campaigns? That while these vaccines may be an option for some people to consider that are in relatively high risk, and as some people even here today have mentioned that they've taken that in consideration of the risks, have the adverse reactions, the known adverse reactions of those vaccines been made known to the public? That's important. So people can make an informed decision. I think that's vital. It's a good goal, but it needs to include all of the information. Lastly, I would like to ask if you can demonstrate that the declaration of a local emergency achieved one of your primary objectives, which was to reduce the level of disease prevalence in the community. That's what you stated as a primary objective. I don't see in the report here, in the recommendation to terminate the state of emergency, that it was clearly demonstrated how the declaration of a local emergency actually achieved the goal of reducing the level of prevalence of infection. So, as was asked earlier, what are the criteria by which we judge whether or not we're in a state of emergency? And we need to know what those numbers are, because as we can see by the chart that was shown earlier, it's not on the basis of the reduction in numbers of cases that we're ending this state of emergency, right? There's a pattern that's going on there, irrespective of whatever we're declaring or whatever measures we're taking. So we haven't been able to demonstrate, we haven't seen as a public, a clear connection between actions that are taken by the county and a reduction in cases. That should be demonstrated very clearly, and we haven't seen that. At the time the local emergency was declared, there was, I think, 2 reported COVID-19 cases in Stanislaus County. And today, as per the latest information, the most recently updated information, there was over 700 confirmed cases. So we're not ending the state of emergency because of a number of cases, right? We need to be clear about whether or not the strategies that were implemented were effective in achieving the primary objective that was stated, right? That's not evident here. It's evident that the county's budget has benefited by the declaration of a local emergency. As we can see that there's even a surplus, budget items added and new programs going to be implemented based upon the money that was received, and that's fine, it needs to be used. So you've demonstrated that the budget has been positively affected, but you haven't demonstrated that the primary objective of reducing the number of cases or disease prevalence in the community was achieved. That's a problem. The fact is that this is going to come up again. So we need to be accountable for the decisions that were made. I appreciate the mentions, the Declaration of Independence, and that our rights are given to us by God and not by government. This morning already we stated that. This morning already we appealed to God for wisdom, and I think that's right for us to do so. And as our elected representatives, it's your responsibility. We need you to serve in the fear of God. That's where wisdom comes from, right? The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. And so for that understanding that you serve in the fear of God and thereby can have the wisdom, first of all, to not fear man or public perception, but to do what's right before God, and to protect your constituents here, the people that vote you into office as representatives, from overreaching government mandates that come from another level, not just from yourselves, right? We need you as our elected representatives to protect us from those overreaching mandates, to stand up for us and say, this is too far, because your power is given to you by the people that vote you in power, and your responsibility is to serve in the fear of God. And your responsibility is to protect our God-given rights. So thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Dale. Okay, Timothy, you're back up, and after Timothy, Stephanie Dagre. Stephanie Dagre. Yeah. Timothy, how are you again?
Very good. Thank you, sir. I want to start by just saying a quick thank you. I've addressed many different boards and situations in the last number of months, and this board has always been the most receptive and willing to listen, and I honestly feel like all of you are actually listening to the people that are talking, and I appreciate that. The representative for our family, Mr. Chance Condit, has been very readily available and willing to communicate, and I thank you for that, Mr. Condit. I specifically want to just address, I know there's a lot of things you can't do in the position you have, but I really believe we not only need to get rid of this declaration, but also the, well, not only the proclamation, but the declaration of local health emergency. I have to start by saying this because I feel like it should be challenged by somebody. 2 times in the report, at least, that we heard in the last few minutes, it was stated that vaccines prevent diseases. That is not true with this vaccine. It does not prevent this disease. And so that cannot be left unchallenged. I'm sad to see that medical professionals are stating it as accepted fact, because it's nowhere near that fact. It's not even really a vaccine. I've shared this before, but I'll share it again because it's very important. Our own CDC changed the definition of vaccination back in September, not to preventing, but to protecting against disease. And once again, based on that definition, every day when I take my vitamins and I'm vaccinating myself based on the CDC definition. Every time I work out and try to lose weight, every time I eat a healthy meal, I'm vaccinating myself because I'm protecting against getting diseases. So those things need to quit being stated as fact that the vaccines prevent this disease, because it does not. Secondly, I would like to just address the cliff analogy. Interesting, because I've used a very similar analogy with my children as far as why we have certain rules. I'm trying to protect you from danger and all of that, and so I get the point of the analogy. But there's one huge difference, and that is that God gave me the responsibility to protect my children. God gave me the responsibility to protect my children from harm and as they're learning things. In no place in God's Word or in our Constitution was the government given the job to protect our health. That is not anywhere in any of our founding documents or anything in the spirit of how America was founded. It's not the government's job to make sure we're healthy. And you know, I believe there are, somebody mentioned this, I believe there are government officials that if they could tell us not to go to McDonald's, they would, because they feel like they have the right to tell us how we're supposed to live our lives. And so I believe that when we continue on this declaration of trying to keep them straight, because another lady said it's a lot of mumbo-jumbo, and it keeps us all off balance of what's really happening. But this declaration, it just gives a smokescreen and cover for a lot of things to happen that just keeps allowing the government to intrude into our lives. And I'll just point out that what has happened with COVID is there's become this stigmatization attached to it. I think back in Bible days when people would get leprosy, and they had to go around and they had to cover their faces and say, unclean, unclean. They were cast outside the city. But there's one huge difference. That was, when somebody got leprosy, that was a guaranteed death sentence if you got it. This, if you get COVID, it's almost a guaranteed you are going to be fine. It's almost 100% guaranteed you're going to be fine and move on. There is a small population, and we know specifically who they are. And so I've noticed within my church, there's people, they get COVID, and they're kind of ashamed to tell everybody. And I've told them, you don't need to be ashamed that you got COVID. It's a virus. People get viruses. You get colds. You get flus. You might get it again. I got it. I'm not ashamed I got it. It's a virus. So when we have all of these protocols and emergency situations, there's this stigmatization that starts developing around COVID. And I believe we just need to sweep all of that stuff away and let's get back to normal life. I was watching the other night a TV show with my family, and we saw a few commercials, and I said, I can't believe it. Look at all these commercials, and nobody's wearing a mask. I almost could forget that COVID existed. That's where we need to get back to. And we need to get back to living normal life, take necessary precautions in our health as is wise. Last thing I would say, I know that you're very limited on what you can do, but I would ask, as have others, be bold. You heard the statement, fortune favors the bold. Our country was not founded by people who were timid and running down the middle. You got to step out and be bold. And I know that even our soldiers are not only encouraged but commanded to disobey unlawful orders. We are being given tons of unlawful orders by our governor, who's way outside of the box he's supposed to be in. So be bold. And maybe you'll get pushed back a little, but that's okay. Maybe you'll make history too. Thank you.
Thanks, Timothy. Okay, Stephanie is up. And then after Stephanie, we have Corinne Whitlow. Stephanie, good morning. No, it's almost good afternoon.
I was going to say that. Oh, it is now. It says 12.
There we go.
So you'll have to forgive me because I handed in my card early and asked if I could speak first on this item, and I think maybe I got kind of put on the bottom instead. So if a little bit of no, it's fine. I just want to warn you, if some of this seems a little bit out of order, it might be. And I will say good afternoon instead of good morning, gentlemen of the board, county staff, and to all attendees. For those of you that don't already know me or remember, my name is Stephanie Dagry. I'm a registered nurse here in Stanislaus County. This afternoon, I'd like to tell you a short story about the power and influence of one ordinary man, a simple 46-year-old farmer from New Hampshire by the name of John Stark. In 1775, during the Revolutionary War, this farmer heard there was gunfire raining down on colonists at Lexington and Concord. Now this farmer, he could have just carried on his life just like normal, but he had convictions, and he couldn't stand by while evil was occurring, and he had an idea. This idea of his became immeasurably valuable as part of the establishment of our independence and of the freedoms we are so lucky to have today. So John Stark put on his boots and he headed out to join the battle. And as he marched along, he knocked on doors, he stopped at farms, he talked to anyone that would listen. He rallied other men to join him in his fight. By the time he arrived in Massachusetts for the Battle of Bunker Hill, he had built an army of 400 men. They arrived just in time to fill the gaps in the lines of the infantry. 2 years later, now holding the title of General Stark, he and his men are credited for stopping the British at the Battle of Bennington. These men were not soldiers. They were farmers, they were blacksmiths, they were family men, but they never gave up. And because of them and other men like them, we have a free and independent nation. General Stark is credited for saying, "Live free or die. Death is not the worst of evils." Now, gentlemen of the board, fine, honorable gentlemen of the board, I want to tell you that we as a community have been suffering a tremendous amount of collateral damage as a result of the restrictive and detrimental policies set place due to the evil and corrupt overreach of the state and federal government with the help of our public health departments. We are here today as a united force. We are mothers, we're fathers, we're grandparents, we're nurses, we're respiratory therapists, we're educators, we're clergymen, firefighters, law enforcement officers, and we're so much more. We're the children. Children of our future are here, many of which had to leave because it's now noon and they had jobs to get to. They took off to be here in the morning. So we're just tired of following the ineffective, unscientific, and unconstitutional orders that are harming our children and our patients and our community as a whole. We, just like General Stark and his men, have been identifying gaps and filling these gaps in our communities to fight against the evil and the overreach of our governments and our public health departments. It is time to end both the proclamation and the declaration, as well as any related public health emergencies pertaining to COVID. It's time to take back our local control and focus on what is truly plaguing the community. Such things as mental health, especially in our youth and our children, suicide, obesity, opioid overdose, homelessness, and our failing education systems. I hope that you guys have been hearing us today with open hearts and open minds. And we hope that you're inspired to take action, perhaps make some changes to the declaration that's put before us all today. We thank you for your time, for your consideration. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Stephanie. So next up, Corinne Whitlow, and behind Corinne is Jan Higgins. Corinne, good morning.
Good morning again, afternoon. Corinne Whitlow. I am here today to ask, what is the purpose of terminating the proclamation but not the declaration? I've had to do a lot of research and seek questions to kind of figure out what is going on here, to be honest. But from what I've gathered, this is going to continue to allow Stanislaus County Public Health Officer Dr. V to partner with the state and to make orders that affect our community, as far as I'm aware. So in my opinion, it is all talk. The declaration of the local health emergency, which I printed months ago, so at this point has my children's writing all over it. I printed this months ago and I highlighted things within the declaration that you guys are choosing to continue the ratification of. Within the first whereas, we talk about the introduction of contagious, infectious, communicable disease. The second whereas, the first detection in China. The third whereas, an outbreak. Fourth, we're talking about January 31st, 2020, in our first response. And then we move on to the next one is an emergency, and we talk about first two cases and back to introduction. This was the justification for ratifying the declaration that you guys are choosing to continue today. This discussion, that when this was brought up March 17th of 2020 in the discussion, and I said this last meeting, or not last meeting, I actually stayed quiet that time, the time before. In part, the virus is considered a serious public health threat, as still much is unknown. That was the justification for the declaration you guys are still continuing to address here. We know more now. At this point, it is criminal to continue in this state. Health and Safety Code 101080 says there must be an immediate threat to the public, and wherever there is immediate threat, a proximal threat to an introduction. We are no longer in this introductory phase. Right, gentlemen? We know more now. We have more tools. We are justifying now to keep the declaration because our local health systems are still impacted, and somebody has already brought that up. There's no measurable goal to get out of that declaration if we're just going to go off those local health systems being impacted. But I have to ask, why are our local health systems still impacted after following a declaration for 2 years and public health orders for 2 years? Because we're only focusing on preventing the disease with a vaccine. That's not working. We're not providing good early treatment. Public health is sitting here pushing an antiviral that's 30% effective. You guys kidding me? We are firing healthcare workers. You can thank Kaiser for that. They're the biggest of the evil. Our testing still will not differentiate between a positive case and a sick person. They're just numbers. Our hospitals still can't differentiate. We still can't supply adequate testing to our community. We can't test the sick people. We test all the healthy people. We send all the kids at school testing. They sell them for $50 a pop to people looking for testing on the street. I'm not kidding you guys. Kids are selling these tests on the street because sick people can't get tested. the data is the system that we collect our data is being changed again? Does that concern anybody? Why? Why is it being changed? What is it being changed to? Who's in control of those changes? I bet you guys know that answer. The objectives that Mr. Jody Hayes said when we first talked about changing from a pandemic to endemic, he talked about hospitalizations, making sure there was beds available and the quality of care was good. Now we talk again about preventing COVID-19 disease in our community. So your guys' idea was to make sure our community was taken care of by having hospitalizations. And then public health got a hold of this, and now we're talking about not spreading COVID in our community again. We have not been successful in not spreading COVID. Look at the last uptick in numbers. That's with vaccinations, mask requirements, all those things that public health has been guiding. They are not doing a good job. By you guys continuing this, you are participating in that. You are hurting our community by participating in that. It all has to go away. Chance brought up, and we brought it up before, there is nothing measurable in that whole presentation that came up. There is not a single measurable goal in there. We will just continue to be at the mercy of these people who continue to just get us into a bad spot. Hospitals are almost at a disaster level, said the CEO of, where was he from? Emmanuel last time. It's because they're partnering with the state to come up with solutions. I want to know, how many beds do we have available in our community? What of our staff, temporary, permanent? I am asking you to terminate both the local proclamation and declaration. It is criminal to continue at this point. According to the Health and Safety Code, the proclamation and termination of local health emergency must be done at the earliest date of termination. You've said we can terminate the proclamation. How can you justify we keep the declaration if all you can tell me is it's because our healthcare systems are still impacted? What does that mean? The current conditions in Stanislaus County warrant a complete termination of both declarations. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Corinne. Next up, we have Jan Higgins, and following Jan, Wanda O'Meara. Wanda O'Meara.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are
My
you?
name's Jan Higgins, and I'm a registered respiratory therapist in the county of Stanislaus. Before I get into my prepared information, I would like to address a PowerPoint that Dr. V, actually the last two meetings, there are similar numbers. As far as I know, and stop and think about your math here, two numbers were brought up. Last meeting, it was 768 out of 100,000. And this time I saw on her PowerPoint 568 as it refers to 100,000. And then they said 30% of that. That is a 30% number. 50% of 100,000. Half of that, 50% of 100,000, I mean, half of 100,000 is 50%. So how could 568 be 30% of 100,000? Would you please check your math and get back to me on that? That was two PowerPoints in a row, last meeting and then this meeting again. That math does not add up to me. Okay, also another thing I thought of, I am an employee of a large corporation that owns 3 hospitals here in Stanislaus County. And I remember early 2020 when we were counting ventilators and making sure we had enough oxygen, and ventilators were going from one hospital to another to make sure we never ran out of ventilators, we never ran out of oxygen. Okay, this is the peak, the very peak of those numbers. We always had things under control. Okay, so that right there is a fact that we have a great respiratory therapist who is an overseer. Our staff director oversees all these hospitals, and everything was under control. So nothing has ever been out of control. Okay, all right. Now the next thing I want to talk about is Senator Ron Johnson. He was I don't know if you've heard about these. There's been 2 of them now. I was going to talk about it last time I was here, but I ran out of time. On February 4th in Washington, D.C., Senator Ron Johnson has a medical expert discuss the pandemic responses. I want to go over some of these findings that they said they came up with, these doctors. They're very highly educated doctors and biochemists, and one of them actually
was the founder of the vaccine. He knows exactly what's going on. But Dr. McCullough, who is the Chief Health Director for the Truth for Health Foundation, he said that it's crystal clear that these vaccines are causing myocarditis. The risks have almost quadrupled in the age groups of 18 to 50. And I told you last time I was here, I had a friend, respiratory therapist, who died very suddenly. I think it was an adverse reaction to this vaccine. Okay. And you very kindly gave me your condolences. Okay, the CDC has verified that 21,000 cases of myocarditis alone are in the U.S. alone right now. 13% of these people have permanent heart injury. 32% of these people's hearts will never be the same. The UK has stopped the mandates for these vaccines. We need to do the same. Also, there's a man, his name is Tom, he's from the DOD, and they've been doing a lot of military research. These numbers are from September of 2021. They say 71% of all people hospitalized have had the COVID vaccine. So right there, that tells you something about natural immunity. These are numbers right now, people in the hospital. Also, this man, these are their statistics. 300% miscarriages have gone up 300%. There's been an increase in cancer of 300%. Or people who went into remission, they got the vaccine, now they're spiking cancer after these vaccines. In August, this is another DOD, this is all military, this is scary stuff. This is all their statistics, which they're trying to hide this information, okay? There's a lot of corruption here. Back in August, the DOD one day showed there were 1,239 cases of myocarditis on their website. The next day, they saw 307. How could that just drop like that? They're taking this information off the websites, okay? In January, the same thing happened. They had 176 cases. The next day, there were only 17 cases. This is information that is being hidden from the public. And Senator Johnson said, after these statistics, that they were going to investigate this, to please try to keep everything they could on the website. But somebody is getting on these websites and wiping out, encrypting these numbers, which is wrong. I'm running out of time. Dr. Maloney, who is actually one of the inventors of this technology, he said they were never able to control the inflammatory response of this vaccine. Then the FDA got a hold of it, and they approved this vaccine on an emergency basis with a standard checklist for vaccines. Just they hadn't tested on animals, anything. Okay, but we know from the China information from the Wuhan laboratory that this vaccine was created from, it's a gain of function, it's called. I'm sure everybody's heard of the gain of function. They take it from an animal and...
Sorry, I'm going to have to... Sorry.
So that they can use it for a person. Okay, I'm running out of time again. I'm sorry. But there's a lot of other FDA information. I'd like you, please, to listen to this expert panel with all of these very highly educated men. And Senator Johnson is spearheading this, and it's very important information. We need to stop giving people these vaccines because they're not good. Thank you.
Thanks, Jan. Wanda? And after Wanda, we have Laura Estella. Wanda, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I was here probably a couple months ago. I work in healthcare, and I had said something to you all about the thumbprint. I watch heart rhythms, and that heart rhythms are just as individual as somebody's thumbprint. So I come back to you today to let you know that the effects of these mandates are hurting our children. I'm a mother of 5, a grandmother of 9, and we are hurting our children with these mandates. And I beg you to stop the madness, because our youth are our tomorrow's leaders. And if we are going to teach youth right now that government can tell you to put something over your face to protect others, it's not okay. It's like me telling my grandchild, oh, that one has to put on a Band-Aid so that your boo-boo will heal. It's not okay. Let's let our children be children. We have to do this. We have to stop the madness. It's golden rules right now. The golden rule: wash your hands, stay away if you're sick, don't go outside if you have a fever. Let's get back to basics. Let's get back to being normal. Let these children breathe. It's disgusting to see the bacterial pneumonia that's coming from kids from wearing these masks that don't work right. They're dirty, they're wet. It's ridiculous. You have to stop masking these children. I beg you, please stop the madness.
Okay, Wanda, thank you. Okay, next up, we had, sorry, I think it was Laura Estella. Laura Estella? Sure. Okay, Rebecca for Laura.
So the disclaimer, these are not my words. Okay. And I'm going to fumble through them. I haven't really read all of it yet, so bear with me. Okay, per Laura, the resolution up for adoption today to terminate the proclamation of the local emergency is not legal as it is presented. While California Government Code 8630, Stanislaus County Code 2.52.110, and California Health and Safety Code 1011080 all give the Director of Emergency Services the ability to declare any local emergency, and the local health officer the ability to declare a local health emergency. Neither of those emergencies are active after 7 days unless the Board of Supervisors ratify those declarations, and by those same codes, only the Board of Supervisors has the power to terminate the local emergency and local health emergency. When the board ratified the local emergency and the local health emergency, they did so with one single resolution on March 17, 2020. As both emergencies were ratified under one resolution, if this resolution presented today terminates the proclamation ratifying the local emergency, it terminates the local health emergency also. Any attempt to retain the active status of the local health emergency willfully violates the law as written in the three previously mentioned codes. 1, California Government Code Section 8630, which states, the government body, the Board of Supervisors, shall proclaim the termination of the local emergency at the earliest possible date that conditions warrant. 2, Stanislaus County Code 2.52.110, which states, the board shall, at the earliest predictable time, wholly or partly, ratify, modify, or repeal these regulations. And 3, California Health and Safety Code 1011080, which states, the board shall proclaim the termination of the local health emergency at the earliest possible date that conditions warrant the termination. If the conditions warrant termination of the local emergency and the proclamation ratifying the emergency is terminated, the local health emergency is consequently terminated also, as the proclamation of the ratification which keeps the local emergency and the local health emergency active is one resolution, and the conditions under which both emergencies were declared is one set of conditions. Termination of the local health emergency along with the local emergency will have no adverse effect on the county's ability to manage the COVID-19 focus area, strategies, and response. As indicated in the discussion preceding the resolution in the agenda item, county staff no longer required the broad authorities inherent under a local emergency. Ending the local emergency produces no negative impact to the emergency funding sources identified, and there is no additional staffing impact as a result of the recommended action to end the local emergency. In reviewing the resolution to terminate the proclamation of local emergency, I find that the data points contained in the whereas are factual, and that the whereas addressing the protective measures against health risks from COVID-19 refers to protective measures that are already in place, and so will continue to function in the absence of the local health emergency. Therefore, it is my recommendation that the now, therefore, resolution number 1 should state the local emergency and the local health emergency order proclaimed and ratified by the Board of Supervisors are hereby terminated. I also recommend that point number 2 be deleted from the resolution in its entirety, as this point is the unlawful portion of this, this point is the unlawful portion of this resolution. To adopt this resolution as presented opens the board up to litigation. Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. Okay, next up we have Laura Trodson. Oh, she's not even close. Lisa Trodson. Lisa, I'm sorry, and then Adam Corkins afterward. Lisa, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, so first I want to apologize if I go off the rails a little bit. I am an emotional person, and I am going to try my best to keep this under wraps. It's been 706 days since California declared its state of emergency with regards to the coronavirus. It's been extended twice and reviewed every 90 days. This virus has mutated, as viruses will do. Although we do have an increase in mild cases, there are fewer with severe illness and deaths that were attributed to COVID-19. This disease has a greater than 99% recovery rate, so the threat is no longer imminent or proximate. I won't bore you with all the other crap I put in there. I'm not going to lie. I came here today with a monumental amount of frustration with these mandates and the pressure that it puts on people. I myself work at Memorial. I'm a paper pusher. I'm not a nurse. However, I walk the halls every day. I come into contact with lots of people. To this date, I haven't gotten COVID, and I'm fine. I will tell you that the pressures to get vaccinated and the segregation that goes on amongst coworkers is very real, and it's very sad. I've literally heard nurses basically saying that the unvaxxed should just die. It's not okay. Every commercial over the radio or TV are fed with nothing but fear. It saddens me to my core to see people with masks alone in their cars. Or the ones, both young and elderly, who are just afraid to be alive. Question, have you personally seen any of the homeless dropping dead in the streets? Neither have I. How much do we have to endure? We have to stop this for our own sake and well-being, but more importantly, for all of those kids. My kids are grown, but I'm fighting for all their kids too. They need to go to school. They need to be in social settings. They need to play outside with their friends or inside if they so choose to, but they need to make their own choices. They need to see other people's faces unmasked because they need to see their expressions on their faces. They need to read lips. I'm sorry. They need their parents to not be under such tensions and pressures. Isn't life hard enough? My own son turned 21 during the first few months of the pandemic. But he didn't get to have the experience that most of us in this room did. Go out to a bar, have a drink, and enjoy that you turned 21. My own son, who's 22 now, got the vaccine against my wishes. He's 22, he can make his own mind up. But now, I'm concerned and worried that my son's gonna be a statistic. Honestly, this has been too much for me. People and children of all ages have ended their lives because of this situation because it was too much to bear. Do you realize that second graders have never gone to school unmasked? The last few years of graduation are yet to be had. It's just not right. These kids need to be adolescents with little to no responsibility except being a child while they still can. Please stop this. Let us go back to normalcy. We have literally been masked for 2 years. I have prayed more in the last 2 years than I ever have in my entire life, and I'm 50. It has touched us on every single solitary part of our lives. I refuse to live in fear. I don't live my life around this disease. This disease lives around me. I have not and will not comply. I would like to end the local public health state emergency. I know the mandates are not up to you, but if you can let them choose whether or not they want to enforce the mandates, let it be them. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Lisa. Okay, next up is Adam Corkins, and following Adam is Stephen Morrow. Adam, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Withrow and fellow supervisors. First off, I just want to say thank you for your service. I know this has been a hard time in our country and our county. My name is Adam Corkins, and I'm a husband and a father of 5 children. I live in Ripon, but our children homeschool with a charter and attend many lessons here in Stanislaus County. And until the end of 2021, our medical providers were at Kaiser here in Modesto, my youngest being born in Modesto's Kaiser Hospital in May 2021. I was not allowed to attend any of his ultrasounds, which was inconvenient for his routine arrival. But in 2009, it was one of those appointments where we learned that our firstborn was in crisis and was delivered 7 weeks premature. Support for loved ones is very important during medical crises, and the more we can return to normalcy, the better we're going to be for families here. I come to you this afternoon to request that you use your power of your office and influence to end the tremendous harms of these coercive mandates for COVID-19 jabs, masking, and other exclusionary policies which far exceed the harms of the disease. This begins by ending our local emergency. In the early part of the 20th century, eugenics was a popular theory advanced by our public health officials. Eugenics boards were established in many states and also in the territory of Puerto Rico. These laws were based on the theories that human heredity and the fear of conditions like poverty, criminality, feeble-mindedness, and even sexual deviance were inheritable traits. Those views were advocated for sterilization, viewed it as a necessary public service that would protect society and taxpayers from those deemed inferior or dangerous. The rise of medical professional experts and ideas around inheritance and deviance were important in shaping the ideas that ultimately affected public policy. Now, eugenics theory was promoted and supported by public health authorities from the early 1900s to at least the 60s, and it took more than 50 years and a war to change public perception. Coerced sterilization resulted in a third of Puerto Rican women of childbearing age being sterilized in 1976. Women coerced by government programs and employers who threatened their jobs and well-being if they did not consent. Medical experts often told these women, desperate for birth control, that hysterectomies and tubal ligation were reversible temporary procedures. They were not. I am a proud American of Puerto Rican descent. It is not ignorance, but rather knowledge that makes me reluctant of medical experts and government officials who conceal facts and dispense with the need for informed consent to drive their outcomes. We would be hard-pressed to find a person today who supports eugenics theory. Poverty is not genetic. It can be overcome with equal opportunity, justice, and access to education. History needs to inform our discussion today. I submit that we will, with the benefit of time, conclude that the harms of our policy prescriptions like mandates and lockdowns used to address COVID-19 under this state of emergency were the greater harm to our community than the disease itself. This has been a tremendous failure on behalf of public health to not consider natural immunity. Most of the nations of the European continent have recognized immunity from infection recovery. Israel recognizes natural immunity. We had our public health apparatus messaging that a vaccine could induce immunity from the body's immune system, that exposure to the virus could not. That's good marketing, but it is not good science. According to Dr. Paul Offit, who was an advisor to the Biden administration and FDA on vaccines, he told the audience of the Z-Dog MD podcast that the administration declined to recognize infection-induced immunity for, quote, bureaucratic reasons. Dr. Zubin Damania asked, quote, natural immunity, more data coming out shows it's pretty good, right? Dr. Paul Offit, as we would expect, it's true for every other virus. I mean, with the possible exception of the flu, if you've gotten measles, there's no reason for you to get a vaccine. or mumps, or rubella, chickenpox, you have been vaccinated essentially. I repeat that, as we would expect is true for every other virus. You have been vaccinated essentially. Now, Dr. Paul Offit continues, but here I think this was more bureaucratic than anything else. It is not at all surprising that if you are naturally infected that you will develop high-frequency memory B and T cells that will protect you from serious illness. I think that is what the CDC now has shown. I don't think this was a confidential meeting. I was asked along with 3 other people to advise the administration on whether or not natural immunity should count as a vaccine. The 4 of us were asked to comment, did we think natural infection should count in situations where vaccines are mandated? And I was one of the 2 people who said yes, and the other 2 said no. So the Biden administration knew before the mandates and yet failed to acknowledge immunity. In 2020, it was workers in healthcare, law enforcement, EMTs, paramedics, as well as service industries we relied on to keep our community working, serving our community before there was a vaccine when we knew there was far less about this disease. They just had demonstrated tremendous courage. In this country, we've had 16% of healthcare workers resign or resign since February 2020. Another 12% or we expect to lose due to vaccine mandates. More broadly, 45 million Americans are under coercive threat. And if we believe Paul Offit's assertion, we are doing this for bureaucratic reasons, because immunity is just as good as many studies have shown. The rationale for the mask changed in 2021 with the broad availability of mRNA and adenovirus pretreatments, treatments which public health officials admit do not prevent infection or transmission and provide most benefit in reducing severe disease, a personal health benefit, but not one that benefits the community. Similarly, in 2020, masks were touted as a source reducers, providing protection to those around the wearer, a social benefit and kindness. However, in 2021, the mask recommendation changed to N95s, KV95s, and other masks, which are primarily protect the wearer from contaminants in the air where they breathe. These masks work best when they're fitted. The masks provide a personal benefit to the wearer, but not one that aims to protect those near the wearer.
I'm sorry. Are you getting close?
Yeah, I am. So we are keeping children from public school, where we rely on teachers and administrators to enforce the rules under threat of loss of funding, insurance coverage, and unspecified consequences. Children are a population that was never at risk, yet we have seen several top officials flouting their own rules. If you believe the explanation and ignore the other images of them hanging around the suite, they said that it was because it was just a limited amount of time. Coercion is harming our children and a working age population when our protection efforts ought to be focused on those over 65. As we confront this current situation, considering the following words of a great California leader. In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem. From time to time, we've been tempted to believe that society has become too complex to manage by self-rule. That government by an elite group is superior to government for, by, and of the people. Well, if no one among us is capable of governing himself, then who among us has the capacity to govern someone else? All of us together, in and out of government, must bear this burden. The solutions we seek must be equitable, with no one group singled out to pay a higher price. That was Ronald Reagan in 1981. We need to get on the right side of history. Truth persuades, it does not coerce. We need to end the mandates and return trust to our citizens and self-govern. And locally, it starts with your leadership in ending the local emergency. But we have more work ahead to prevent and begin to heal the harms of coercion and bad policy. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Adam. Okay, next up we have Stephen Morrow, and following Stephen we have Vanessa Santos. Stephen, hello again.
Yes, hello again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and everybody on the board. Much of what I had prepared has already been stated, so I will just simply say we've been living with diseases for millennia. It's time to move on to the next phase and learn to live with this one. Please end the emergency declaration. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Next up is Vanessa, and following Vanessa is Kaylee Blanc. Vanessa, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good afternoon to each and every one of you. The last time I came in, I thought I could freestyle what I had to say on my mind, but I quickly realized I still have the same fear I had in high school. Talking in front of a crowd is not my thing at all.
Okay, Vanessa, pull that mic down a little bit.
I know, I'm short.
That's all right.
I was looking through a meta-analysis study by Johns Hopkins University. It was concluded that nationwide lockdowns did near to nothing point to reduction to decrease COVID mortality. The study concluded that lockdowns have had little to no public health effects, while they have imposed enormous economic and social costs. Lockdown policies are ill-founded and should be rejected as a pandemic policy. Johns Hopkins University. It's definitely time to end the state of emergency here in Stanislaus County. Enough is enough. The vaccines aren't doing their job, right along with the masks. If the virus was as deadly as it's being painted to be, then we'd be walking around wearing full-face respirators and we'd see people dying on the street, one after another. That's not the case. My 4-year-old recently came up to me and told me he wanted to go to school. And the more that we got into the conversation of it, my oldest son and I realized that he thought wearing a mask at school was just part of it. We had to explain to him that a couple years ago, masks weren't being used at school. It's so sad to think that young children are growing up thinking that this way of living is normal when it's absolutely not. If this continues in this country, you'll probably never even know what public school is. Stanislaus County is done with the state of emergency, and so is the youth, as you can see. Just last week, Oakdale students were being discriminated, segregated, and barricaded in a gym for refusing to wear a mask to school. Going to school and learning should be a basic human right for all children. They want to breathe free, just like our governor was at a sold-out football game recently. If the Super Bowl can be held here in California with people packed like sardines, then we are obviously not in a state of emergency. Gavin Newsom is lifting the mask mandate, but only for vaccinated residents. Yet schools will still be required to mask students K through 12. How does that even make any sense? You can still catch COVID, vaccinated or not, masked or not. Children are least likely to have fatal complications due to COVID. Their immune systems are amazing. It's time we stop following the political science. There are adults and children suffering, and it's time for those who are able to help make that change in our community to take action. These mandates are unconstitutional and wrong. This is not the America I grew up in. Thank you.
Thanks, Vanessa. Okay, next up is it Kaylee? Okay. Kaylee Blanc. And following Kaylee is Sev Magina. Kaylee, hello there.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Kaylee Blanc. I'm a mom of 3 young children, 5, 7, and 9. I have a million things I could say, but a lot of them have been touched on already, and I really wasn't prepared to speak today. But I wanted to touch on a couple points. Yes, I wrote them on my hand. First, I want to say thank you to you all. Secondly, I want to say that I am not minimizing COVID for some people. Yes, some people have not done well with COVID, and I want to acknowledge that. I want to give my condolences. On paper, my grandma died in the hospital of 2020 from COVID. She actually had went in with a ton of other things, and I don't believe COVID killed her. She was asymptomatic the whole time. What killed her was not having her family be able to hardly talk to her or see her. So I finally got to see her as she was not with it and dying, but before that, she couldn't have an advocate or anything else. 86-year-old needs that. But I want to my main focus really is today is on the kids. I don't know much about medical stuff. I'm certainly not a doctor. But I am a mom, and my children are everything. I am fully committed to being an intentional mom. And this pandemic has just been terrible for my children personally. But I want to say a couple of things. One, I want to know why we're still, what makes this COVID, what makes this a disease? And I ask that because I know at one point we thought this would be eradicable. But it's clearly not, right? It's just, it's now a virus. I don't say that like it's, just the regular flu, but it's, returning, it's continuing, it's, a virus. It's a virus. It's not a disease. It's not eradicable. That said, I want to say, who is more important than our children? Why are the littlest people carrying the biggest burden? I really just don't understand. I know a lot of people have kind of said things like, why is it such a big deal? Like, shut up and mask your kids, send them to school. What's the big deal? It is a big deal when you're thinking of them 6.5 hours at school. I have a child that has allergies and glasses, and he is miserable wearing that mask. He's actually begged me to homeschool him, and it's just heartbreaking. I have a kindergartner that is now in speech therapy, which, doesn't surprise me because she's been having a teacher masked. I have a second grader who has not had any normal year yet of school. He has never got the foundation of kindergarten, and it really can't be replicated. Like, as a mom, I've tried everything. He's still behind. But it's just like Condit said, what is the end point here? What has to happen for us to let our kids have normal childhoods? When are they going to be able to not have these concerns? These masks are not working, and I'll tell you why. We're at a little school. We don't have a big school. We're a little school. And we had hundreds of just students and staff in the last month get COVID. And a lot of them were asymptomatic. And they were fine. It was like a bad flu year had been previously, except the bad flu years, I recall some of the kids being hospitalized, asthmatic kids or, whatever. But I just want to ask, I want you guys to think of something. Newsom's been brought up several times, and we all know the hypocrisy there. Obviously, it's pretty evident. But think of someone like Stacey Abrams sitting unmasked in front of a classroom full of little children, kindergartners, masked. What is wrong with that? What is that saying? And why is this okay? Why are our kids not the priority right now? Why are we not first looking at them and getting them to be back to a normal life? 2 years of their short 18 have been whack. It's time to get back to normal. Please help our babies.
Thank you, Kaylee. Okay, Seb, next up is Seb Magina, and following Seb is Reed Johnson. Seb, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I've been here before, and I'm not going to lie, I haven't been very pleasant. Sorry about that. But I got a couple of things here that I kind of wrote down here on my little sign here. By the way, this is actually the 7. I'm not sure if it's in this 3 zeros over or 4 zeros over, but that's the death rate for children. It's 3 or 4. I don't know that we really should even be squabbling about. It's 3? Oh, okay, my bad, it's 3. I got 1 over. So let me first state, I think that we're not in a state of emergency. I think we're in a state of psychological mass hypnosis. Okay, I think that's what's going on here. And I also think that we are using our kids as political pawns. They are being isolated, discriminated, and segregated. Segregated. Let me say that again. Segregated. Not acceptable. By anybody, not just you guys, by anybody. How it is that we're doing this to children, how it is that we as adults are allowing this to happen to children, I can't wrap my head around it. It's mind-boggling to me. Mr. Bose, how you doing? Dr. V, they come up here and they give all these statisticals about COVID, but do we have anything to compare that with? How about prior to 2020? Do we have any statistics and data on how it affected the schools in 19, 18, 15, 10? Why is it just this that we have all this data for? Why aren't we getting data to compare it with? Any answers? No? Okay. I have a cousin here. Hi, Michelle. She brought me a picture today. This is from Hickman School. Okay? A picture of a box for masks. This is what it says on the box. 50-piece box, not tested for protection against COVID-19 or other viruses. What the heck is going on here? Seriously, what's going on?
Sev, you got to address your comments to us.
I'm just, Dr. V, I'm just curious if she knows what's going on here. It's mind-boggling. The leaders are maskless. That gentleman up here doesn't have a mask on. A couple of you don't have a mask on. Why is that? You know why that is? Because you know the facts of what's really going on here. The facts are that it's not going to affect you. That's why you're not wearing a mask. Point blank. You know it's not affecting you. That's why you're not wearing it, because I guarantee you, if it was Marburg, where 80% of the people were dying in 1967, you'd be wearing that damn mask. Fact. So would I. And so would every other human being in this office, in this place. That's a fact. I also have a question in regards to the suicide versus the COVID deaths. In this county, I've come up here and told you guys this before. I think we have had one COVID death by a child under 18. I may be incorrect there, it might be two. But I know it's been one. I sat in this room about 6 months ago and hammered you guys. 100% I did. Okay? And when I was here, there was a lady here that broke my heart. She had a child that killed herself. She sat here and said that she had to sit outside of her room of her other child because she was petrified that he was going to take his life too. But yeah, we've had one COVID death in this county. One COVID death of a child that I'm aware of, and if I'm wrong, it's maybe two. We've had multiple. In Oakdale alone, we had, since this that I know of, 3 children have committed suicide. Why are we letting our children kill themselves? This is exactly, and this goes for every one of you guys, this is crimes against humanity. 100% crimes against humanity. And if you're not doing something to push back against it, you're part of the crimes against humanity. Make no bone about it. You are. And I want to tell you something about the hospitalizations that's really interesting to me. In 2017, I had hip replacement in June. In October, I got an infection from the prosthesis that I had installed. I ended up with sepsis. I ended up at the hospital in Modesto. This was in 2017. When I got to the emergency room with sepsis, guess what I did in the emergency room? I waited. You know why? Because the hospital was full. So I waited until I got an opportunity to get in. And then finally got into that hospital. And then they transferred me to Lodi, because that's where I had my surgery. And when I got to Lodi, guess what I did? I waited till the next day to get an emergency room, to get a room. So the whole thought process of the hospitals are overwhelmed, that's a bunch of bull-oni. That's bull-oni. There ain't no, that's not occurring. My mother, I took care of my mother for 12 years. My mother has multiple underlying conditions. The only thing that's kept her alive is the fact that she hasn't been in a hospital so they can give her remdesivir to kill her. That's why she's still alive. Okay? I've been in and out of emergency rooms prior to this a ton of times.
I'm sorry.
And guess what we did every time I was in the emergency room with my mother? We waited. Sometimes until the following day to get a room so that my mother could be in. So please don't come with the propaganda and the baloney that it's affecting the hospitals and they're being very well. This is all propaganda.
Okay. Thank you, Seb. Okay, next up we have Reed Johnson. Following Reed, we have Jamie Bennett. Reed, how are you?
Good. Chairman Withrow, Board of Supervisors, thank you for your time. Obviously, a whole lot of us are asking you for your action. I came here just to support good people, parents who are passionately told you about a whole lot of damage that's going on. But this resolution brought to my attention that it's way past time to tell the plain truth about COVID. Everything the government's doing is not helping the people. Remember that chart up there? I think the spike last month of January is the biggest there ever is. Listen to these parents tell you about the damage that's occurring now in school. Look at everybody wearing a mask. That's testimony that isn't working. Is anything working? Maybe it's time to take out the correct action. The COVID is the first disease in modern history that the government and the medical establishment have done nothing to develop a medicine to cure it. There's been previous coronaviruses that have all been dealt with. I don't think there's ever been a disease that it took 2 years to develop a medicine. This one, oh, we're going to make a vaccine and we're going to vaccinate all the healthy people and do nothing for the sick ones. Where do you get the logic and compassion in that? Isn't it time to take a look and see what's going on? This resolution about emergency, your county health department wants a declaration they made on March 11th, 2020, 2 years ago, to stay in effect. How can any person justify an emergency lasting for 2 years when government has the power to end it and the obligation to people to do that? It's never taken that long to develop a medicine. And supervisors, you have the authority and the duty to end that pandemic right here and now. And if you can't figure it out, I'll explain it to you, okay? But on subject, this resolution is an indictment of the county public health department. They're publicly saying they've done nothing for 2 years and we got to keep it going. But at least you guys need to take this paperwork and change the word from emergency declaration to government status quo. That's what you're really doing. That's what they want. They're going to keep coming out with more and more variants. I'd like you to publish to the people how much money the county public health spent from March 11th, 2020 till now, and any time they've told the people about anything that might actually help them. There are 2 FDA-approved medicines for other diseases that there's a lot of testimony that that'll cure COVID. How much has our public health done to tell people about that and make it available? So the best thing that can be said about our county public health department is there's something to be ashamed of. I'm sorry, it's time to tell the truth. Now the second indictment, gentlemen, is of you supervisors. You know the Constitution. We've given you information on it. You know there's no authority in the Constitution for the government to regulate medicine or to deny people from receiving medicine. You know there's no authority for the county public health to make an order on the people. You know there's no constitutional authority for the state public health to make an order on the people. That's not a constitutional power delegated to government. But guess what? You supervisors have the authority. You have the authority from the people. You have more authority than the state government has when it comes to public health. And yet this piece of paper says you're withdrawing your declaration and not theirs. Come on, guys. It's time to look at the truth about things. Like I said, you can cure this COVID. If you can't figure it out, call me. I'll explain it to you. By the way, I need to shut up, but actually I'm part of that spike that was in January. I'm a 75-year-old constitutionalist. I'm one of those that they targeted COVID for to try to kill and get rid of. I had COVID in January. I took ivermectin that you can buy in the feed store for horses. But what does our dear government do that hates the people? They required the drug companies to stop putting ivermectin in horse medicine. So don't buy any horse medicine. The ivermectin has been taken out of it. Too many people were saving themselves and the government stopped it. We need your action. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Reed. Next up, we have Jamie Bennett. Following Jamie, we have Judah Corkwell. Jamie, how are you?
I'm good. I had really no intentions on speaking, so you guys please bear with me. I'm actually going to read an email that I sent to let them breathe. Oh, I'm already getting emotional. I am beyond proud of my 8th grade daughter, Hunter, and all the students of Oakdale School District for standing up for their American freedoms, liberties, and rights. Enough is enough. These students have been put through way too much physically and mentally these past 2 years. I can only give you specifics on my daughter, Hunter. Hunter was a very active young lady that loved softball before COVID happened. Due to the lockdown, stay-at-home orders, businesses being closed, and the media scare tactics, Hunter withdrew from what she loved. Social media and video games are what took over my daughter's life at this point. Hunter missed out on preparations in 6th grade for junior high. She wasn't able to go to 6th grade camp, which is a memory of my elementary years I will never forget. 7th grade was an absolute disaster for her. Her schooling suffered, and to be honest, if you were to ask her, she would tell you she didn't learn anything to help in advancing into 8th grade. Hunter, in just the first semester of this school year, had to do a 10-day quarantine twice and not even be sick. I had to transfer her out of Spanish class because she was struggling to keep up. Trying to learn a new language without in-school instruction is almost impossible for many. This year, since returning from Christmas break, she has already quarantined once again. Due to the events that happened at the championship football game involving Governor Newsom, a 1st and 2nd grader in our town didn't want to continue wearing a mask because the governor doesn't follow his own rules. My daughter felt she needed to stand up as well. On Wednesday, February 2nd, 7:30 a.m. in the morning, I emailed all of Hunter's teachers, including the school principal, to inform them Hunter would not be participating in the mask mandate. I received a response from Ms. McCarthy stating she would hope I would value her family's lives when making this decision. Who is valuing my child's life? Not her. Hunter has an autoimmune disorder. Her being masked 5 days a week for about 5.5 hours a day, 6.5 to 7 hours if she goes to Oasis, is not healthy at all for her. She is overly tired every day due to breathing in her own carbon dioxide. By this happening, Hunter is showing drowsiness, headaches, trouble concentrating, struggling to think clearly, and it's affecting her physical activity, which isn't helping the side effects of her disorder. And she is depressed. Way more than I could have ever imagined, and I won't even get into that. Hunter went to her first period on this day with a mask because she had an assignment she needed to finish. When she went to her second period class, her teacher, Miss Bimbo, said students that didn't put on their masks needed to go to the office and that they would get a 0 for their classwork that day. Hunter went to the office and then was sent to the library. There were over 50 students packed in the library. They were given Chromebooks to do work on their assignments. Hunter and her fellow classmates from Bimbo's class worked on their assignment and gave them to the vice principal. When they printed out their classwork, it didn't say end of period, because she never does that. So when Mr. April went and took the assignments, Miss Bimbo had a student send them back to the library, told them that she wasn't accepting these and they were a 0. On Thursday, February 3rd, I went and spoke with the principal along with my daughter. Hunter spoke with the principal about what was said by Bimbo. The principal said that the assignment would be accepted. The principal asked for me to hand it over to her and said she would speak to her and it would be graded. It still, as of today, a week later, has not been graded. It is a 0. On this day, the students were sent to the gym due to the number of students participating in the protest. The students were given Chromebooks to do their assignments. A few students asked if they could sit with fellow classmates and able to ask for help on assignments that were given to them. The principal and vice principal told the students they could email their classmates or their teachers to help to get help or get help from a student next to you. And my understanding is assignments are due at the end of each period. So if you can't understand the email instructions from a classmate or your student sitting next to 7th graders and the teacher doesn't email you back, you failed the assignment. My child failed hers that day in Bimbo's class. I'll skip down a little bit more so you guys don't have to hear all of that so I can finish this. On Friday, Hunter and I spoke to the principal again. And discussed Hunter's grade from Bimbo and why Hunter received it due to not being able to receive help. I was told if Hunter wanted any instruction, she needed to go back to class wearing a mask. That the teachers were busy instructing students in class, and it was if and when the teachers could get back to the students. I asked the principal for clarification and asked, so you are saying you're not going to instruct my daughter while she's in the gym? I was told if I wanted my daughter instructed, that she could return to class with mask. I also informed the principal about Miss Bimbo's not grading that assignment, and I was told that Miss Bimbo is busy grading the in-class students' papers, and she was sure that she would grade it soon.
Jamie, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off here if you're...
All right, you can cut me off. Needless to say, any of us are asking is for the right to choose. The right to choose what we feel is right for us, what's best for each person as an individual. And I'm going to end with this. Our superintendent, and I'm sure you guys know who he is, has been recorded several times stating if he doesn't enforce the recommendation from CDPH, the district will lose money. My child, along with everybody else's children, are more important than money. And it's sad that we are basing it on the funding that you're getting from COVID.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay, next up we have Judah Corkwell. Judah, you're back.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Pretty good.
Good.
A little nervous.
Good, don't be nervous.
It is your choice to wear your mask, and it is your choice to not wear your mask. It is your choice to get vaccinated or to not get vaccinated. As Americans, we are all entitled to the freedom of choice, and by forcing us to wear a mask, they are violating that freedom. This state of emergency has forced the schools to make protocols to separate the students that stand for that choice. I am here today because I was removed from school for doing so. Because I am not at school, this is an unexcused absence, even though they are the ones that removed me. If I cannot get back to school in person, I am worried I will fall behind in my grades. I am in the IB program, or International Baccalaureate program, and I take my grades extremely seriously. My goals are to go to the Air Force Academy and eventually go on to fly with the Thunderbirds. I have a lot to lose by protesting this state of emergency. I have to make the choice to go to school every day and put my mask on, or continue to stand up for my rights and risk losing my dream. It may be a hard choice, but I will always choose the latter. History has shown that the fortune favors the bold. Look at General Billy Mitchell. He was court-martialed for trying to start a separate branch of the military, specifically for air power. He fought a long, hard battle, but eventually he won, and now he is known as a hero and is the founder of the United States Air Force. Hooah. The same goes for Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, and the other civil rights activists. They fought a long, hard battle and eventually turned the tide of history. Or even the founding fathers. They had had enough of the unfair laws they had to live under with the tyranny of King George III. They literally and figuratively fought and gave their lives for their rights, and the result was the creation of the greatest world superpower today. My point is that it might be a tough fight, but it's well worth it, and it is the right thing to do. There is no written law stating that we have to wear masks. All there is a mandate. That might sound serious to some people because we hear mandate. That must mean it's mandatory. A mandate is simply a guideline or a strong suggestion, not a law. If you believe you should wear your mask, then good for you. That is your choice, and I respect that. But we should have the choice to not wear masks if we don't want to. Some might say, it's just a mask. Get over it. It's not that bad. These are my best friends that are saying this. I completely disagree. If you have ever heard the analogy of how to boil a frog, that is totally applicable here. If you drop a frog into a pot of boiling water, it will jump out. If you put a frog in a pot of lukewarm water and slowly turn up the heat, it will get used to the warmth and eventually boil to death. Through the implementation of masks over a long period of time and slowly taking away our rights to attend events or gather in large numbers, they are turning the heat up without us realizing. If we do not do something and try to jump out of the pot of water we have been placed in, which is the plandemic, we will be boiled to death. I am requesting that we go back to normal with no state of local or health emergency, and let us live our lives with the freedom of choice. Thank you.
Judy, you did great. Judy, you're a superstar there. And I have a son that actually went to the Air Force Academy. So, yeah, maybe you can talk to him sometime. Thank you. Okay, Jolene, you're up. Tough act to follow there.
I should have made him go after me. Okay, so Jolene Corkwell. Again, I agree with Sheriff Dirksey, and I'm going to paraphrase. I don't remember exactly what he said, so don't quote me because I don't want to say anything wrong that he said, but it gave me the idea, and it came from him. So when he stated there needs to be an end to the state of emergency because the governmental agencies need to gain the trust of the people again, what I saw on Dr. V's PowerPoint, that because they can't get the numbers of cases or find the numbers of cases or track or whatever, that they looked at the wastewater sewage to find those numbers? Are you kidding me? Like, I just couldn't even believe that was actually up here on a slide. Even my high schoolers like, what in the world? How? It makes no sense. Now we're digging around the sewage and getting it from that? Oh. When the CDPH ever tries to declare a health emergency again, we will not believe them. I am not sure when we will ever believe them again. There is so much they need to do to regain our trust. Our children, who are the future leaders, voters, board members, senators, governors. I'm not sure when they, who have seen the hypocrisy of their leaders and their governor, will ever trust their government again. With great power comes great responsibility. I ask that you, with your power, end all local and health states of emergency. I don't know how much time I still have left, but I'm also a kindergarten teacher. I am on a medical leave of absence for a bunch of issues. But I've been talking to those who are in the classroom, and it is insanity. Can you imagine? They will not keep these masks on. So aside from all the behavior things that we have to try and keep them to sit down and, you know, pay attention and try to entertain them and whatever, they have to try to keep masks on. They're chewing on them. Their boogers and snot are all over them. I mean, have you seen a kindergarten child lately? I encourage you to go into a classroom and see what this is doing to our teachers. See what it is doing to the kids, please. And the junior high and high school kids, they have enough of rebellious spirits and free thinking and whatever to to go around. Some of them, can you imagine trying to be the police for that? We have enough just trying to get them to keep their pencils sharpened and take notes. I mean, seriously. Have you looked in their eyes as you pass them in the grocery store? I've seen them at my son's school walking around like zombies outside, 3,000 kids switching classes across the street with masks on, and they look like total zombies. They're just like looking down, and I've never seen a generation of kids so sad and depressed. It is disgusting. Sorry. So, just please end the insanity. Thank you.
Thanks, Jolene. And our last card that we have here, Mickey Manuel. Mickey, I'm sorry, you were the last card. Thank you for waiting.
It's okay. Thank you for hearing us. First of all, thank you for listening to us today. I'm going to get emotional, sorry. And I hope you really hear what we are saying. I'm a mom of two. My youngest is in 3rd grade. My son graduated Oakdale High last year. As a veteran who served in the Air Force, it is so frustrating to know I was overseas fighting during Iraqi freedom, Operation Enduring Freedom, and my biggest battle is right here, fighting for my daughter's rights. My daughter is an outstanding student, straight A's, never received anything less than an A or anything less than an outstanding citizenship. That has changed since COVID. My daughter is now in speech on a regular basis. She is also, her attendance is horrible. She spent a total of 3 days in class last month in January due to exposure in the classroom setting or at school. That is beyond frustrating for a parent knowing I'm sending my daughter to school to learn, for her to be sent back to me to look at a packet of work. It's not acceptable by any means of what we're doing to these poor kids. Sorry, I lost my spot. So if they're being exposed in class wearing a mask and told to go home to quarantine because I don't want to have her tested because she has no symptoms, what is the purpose of the mask? Because if it was working or if it was actually doing its job, if she was exposed for 2 minutes or 5 minutes in class, she should be safe. She should be able to go back to class. I'd also like to know who, if you can name, determines how the mandate will be enforced at each school, because our superintendent, Superintendent Klein, puts it on the state and he puts it on public health. When we're asking him questions, he redirects. When we get nowhere with him and we keep going up and we're told to bring it back to our district level, We just get the runaround constantly. There is never any information for parents or students right now, especially at the high school and junior high level. Sorry. So I'm just asking that you help us parents stand up for our children. We need to show them that they are not alone, and we support their option to wear a mask or not wear a mask. I know there's kids that do want to wear them, and that's okay, but my child does not, and that should be her choice. We need to end these mandates that are unnecessary. We were in emergency, we are no longer. We need to stand up for our kids, and we need to show them what a normal classroom environment is, and that is without a mask. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Okay, that's it for the speaker cards. If there's anybody else that would like to speak before we bring it back to the board, just kind of line up here and come on down and state your name, and one at a time. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Adele Quessenberry. I'm on the same page as all these anti-masks for the kids, and I'm not going to be redundant. I'm just going to say one thing. I think parents need to go to the school boards. They're the ones that really handle this mandating of masks for the children, I think. And I did go last night to the Modesto City School Board meeting. I was the only one there to speak on mask mandates. I was wishing that more people would be there. It was okay, I spoke. It is interesting to me to see that they seem very, they're speaking on things that they're doing in the community. It just has nothing to do with these children. It has nothing to do with it. So I encourage everyone to go to the school board meetings in your district and make your voice be heard that way. I think that's important. The thing that I want to speak on here, which I found it last night, I think that we haven't touched on what the reason for all this distinction and divide is political. It's completely political. It has nothing to do with our children's health. It's power, all these things. It's a political bent. You may have it right here. You may have it between your board members, your political bent, ones that want to wear a mask. I have no problem if you want to wear a mask. That's perfectly fine. We should all have the choice. But it seems as though the people that in the political bent in California, because they're so far left, is if you don't do it their way, then something's wrong with us that don't believe that same way. I might look at someone and say, why are you wearing a mask? But it's okay if you want to wear a mask, but we're not looked at that. If you don't want to be vaccinated, something's wrong with us. Anyway, the thing I wanted to bring out is there's those frontline doctors, and Dr. Harvey Reich, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Paul Alexander, and others. They have put together that Barrington Declaration. It's worth looking up. It's all about the right way to go about all this vaccine stuff. It's very good, but because it's not political, no one wants to listen to it. They did have over 60,000 scientists and medical professionals and other common sense programs sign this Barrington Declaration. Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, he is from Stanford, and he's been ridiculed. It is terrible what they've done to him because he doesn't follow the political bent. This is what's disturbing about masking and all that. And until someone can stand up to this situation, and the way the parents can do that, I'm not one that likes to do any threatening or anything, but it just seems like because we can't get any leadway with anybody stepping in helping parents get rid of these mandates, parents, you have to do what other parents have done in other states, and there's one here in California that are looking into the bonds. So it's called Bonds for the Win. When you do that to the school board, then they stand up and take note, because I said last night to them, until you stop mandating masks and mandating vaccines, because it's all about, because if they don't mandate them, they don't get the money, and that's where it stands. And that's a real shame. So these doctors that talk about ending the emergency thing says that the time has come to terminate the pandemic state of emergency. It's time to end the controls, the closures, the restrictions, the plexiglass, the stickers, the exhortations, the panic mongering, the distancing announcements, the ubiquitous commercials enforcing masking, and the vaccine mandates. They talk about common sense stuff. We don't mean that the virus is gone. Omicron is still still here. The virus may circulate forever. But with normal focus on protecting the vulnerable, we can treat the virus as a medical matter rather than a social matter and manage it in ordinary ways. A declaration of emergency needs continuous justification, and that's now lacking. Given that Omicron, with its mild infection, is running its course to the end, there's no justification for maintaining emergency status. The lockdowns, personal firings, and shortages and school disruptions have done at least as much damage to the population's health and welfare as the virus. The state of emergency isn't justified now, and it can't be justified by fear of hypothetical reoccurrence of some more severe infection at some unknown point in the future. Americans have sacrificed enough for their human rights and of their livelihoods for 2 years in the service of protecting the general public's health. Omicron is circulating, but it's not an emergency. The emergency is over. The current emergency declaration must be canceled immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Melanie Latu. I'm a mother of 4, and I just want to let you know with the bonds, there's actually San Ramon is doing it and Riverside in California, and I hope to be the next one on the list. Sorry, I don't like to talk because I do get emotional because my kids mean the world to me. But please do what's right and give us our free agency back and end this emergency. I know it's been touched on about the masks in school. My 11-year-old, 5th grade, has been out 20 days now. Well, actually, he was out 10 for the last year. It was this year, but in 2021, he was out because he was within 6 feet of somebody for 15 minutes when they both had masks on. So if the masks work, why is he quarantining? I don't do the test either. He was fine. He was still playing basketball. The thing that gets me is that the nurse sends out an email that says your child may have been around someone that we believe may have had COVID. So it's not the term, what they're using, may, that's not concrete for me. So the last time I got an email from her, I didn't check it in time. I sent my child to school. I didn't know. She called me 4 days later, or emailed me 4 days later and said, oh, well, you haven't tested. And I said, well, this is not concrete information. I want to know if this child was positive for COVID, and if they were, did they have their mask on? Did they not? They couldn't give me any information, excuse me. So it just does not make any sense to me. My child is not learning, and he's just not engaged as he was a couple years ago. He was very smart. He picks things up really easily, but with this mask, he's just in a different dimension. I don't know what's going on with him. Another thing is, if this virus is so deadly for the last 2 years, where have the hazmat bins been? Like, I'm serious, like, you go anywhere, you see masks on the ground, gloves on the ground. If this is so dangerous, where are those bins? Where are those bins for the kids to put their dirty masks in? They're nowhere to be seen. So please, we need to find out what's going on, because this is a deadly virus. I just read this yesterday, and I know another parent touched on it, but California childhood mortality ages 1 to 18 for 2020 to 2022, 6,202 all-cause deaths, 63 deaths involving COVID, 9 million children under 18 in California. Death involving COVID mortality rate for children under 18 is 0.0007%. I mean, the kids aren't being hurt, but they're being hurt like this. Please give us our free agency back, give us a choice, and end this emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Milani. How are you?
Great, how you doing?
Good.
My name is Abel Garcia. I'm an employee at Memorial Medical Center, and I'm currently on a medical leave right now. But I just want to kind of, I've been to a couple of these meetings, and I don't know what I should say or how I can recall some of the events. But I just want to say that I believe that we forgot that before the pandemic happened, that hospitals were busy. And this is how you can know. They would announce code surges, meaning there are no beds available, okay? So this happened beforehand, before the pandemic. So I just want to, I was told, like right now I'm praying to God for courage right now, because I feel that just some, I don't know what I should say, but I just want to, I guess we need supportive evidence in this to get rid of this declaration of local health emergency. So this is my current status, is what, I feel that we're seeking evidence to support our decision to move away from that declaration of local health emergency. And I keep hearing this word that the hospitals are overwhelmed. And again, I just told you that we had heard those code surges beforehand, before the pandemic. And it feels like I remember seeing that the wards were, or all the departments were filled with patients, because I was doing chest x-rays, and I know that it seems busy right now, but you got to think that we're taking off PPE, and the time to go, all the protocols that we're going through and taking off the PPE is adding work time. So meaning that with all this adjusted time, guess what? Our workflow is diminished. It's not gonna go as smoothly. With that said, so I believe we're seeing damages and results due to the lockdowns. And with these, when we're seeing that the hospitals are overwhelmed, we got to think they shut the surgeries down during the lockdowns, and people were afraid to come to the hospital on top of that. So meaning that and on top of that, and I spoke to an anesthesiologist, and they said insurance companies were not letting them do, I'm forgetting the word right now, but they were not letting them do their elective surgeries. So meaning all of these patients are sitting at home with chronic conditions just building up to, and they're getting sicker. And then guess what? All of that, when we open up, we're going to be overwhelmed. So right now, you're seeing the damages that are done by this whole pandemic and all the decisions that we have made with all these protocols. So again, I think our perceptions are being misled to an extent. I'm sorry. But also, on top of that, I just want to say that the number of positive cases, we also got to think with all the numbers that we're seeing. I'm hearing about multiple people saying, you know, I got a little something going on, but I'm going to go get tested. So that's happening on a daily basis. That's adding to the numbers. So the case numbers, I got to say, they don't match up with what they should only be used for if you're ill or you have symptoms. And half the time, I feel like we need to focus more on the preventative care, or just have home remedies for, like, I'm glad I'm not going to say I'm glad during this that this pandemic happened, but guess what? I found out that we can't, it's so hard for us to even get rid of sore throats. And so with that said, I just feel like a lot of emphasis needs to be put on preventative care. And last thing, what I've noticed, my dad recently, he was in the hospital. He had tested positive. This was a couple weeks back. And he was in, they said he had a heart attack. and he has a Pfizer vaccine. So with that said, I'm not saying that anything that's tied there, but he was concerned about that. And I said, you know, you had cardiac issues, not cardiac, but he's had some, like he has to watch his weight and different, or like liver issues and different things of that nature. But, so I was only concerned about that. So, but with this, the talk of myocarditis rising now due to COVID, I had him tell me what he saw when he spoke to the doctors that would, but anyways, he was letting me know that it is more noticeable, or it is more common than we think, that they are having heart-related issues with COVID. But with that said, yeah, he let me know that heart issues and strokes are happening. The hospitals are full also, and I can't, me personally, I can't tell if this is due to increased stress in the environment that we live in today. So that's, yeah. That's all.
Okay. Abel, thank
Okay,
you very much.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks for coming down. Okay, come on down. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm tired. I'm a little nervous.
That's all right. You could
like everybody
be
else, probably.
our last speaker here, maybe.
Maybe. So I just, I guess I'm just like appalled at looking
I'm going to
at
ask
your guys'
your name. Sorry.
Michelle Fernandez.
Michelle Fernandez.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you.
I'm having a hard time looking at your guys' very handsome faces. Some of you, I can't see half of them. And you guys have a choice. You guys get to see us. We get to see you. And you have a choice. But how can anyone with a heart sit up there and look at me, where I can see your mouth, but cover my kids? It's so hard for me to watch people, adults, have choices and decide what they want to do with their bodies. They can pick and choose what stores they want to shop at. They can pick and choose where they want to go eat, if they want to wear a mask or not, right? We all have a choice as adults, but our kids are left with none. Fighting for a mask exemption is extremely difficult. I have 2 daughters that go to Hickman Elementary School. They are severely vaccine injured. With Dr. Pan passing a couple bills a few years ago, I had to give my youngest the minimal dose possible to get her in school, with the risk of risking her life because I was denied a vaccination exemption, because it is nearly impossible unless your kid almost died. My kid was hospitalized, but that wasn't good enough. The health board said, that's not good enough. Try again. Let's see if it gets worse again. Let's put her at another risk. I have a 2nd grader that has anxiety, that has severe asthma. I put a mask on her face. She has panic attacks. It's just too much, okay? The pressure, the stress that we put on these kids to comply to something that they feel in their bodies that it's not right. They don't want to wear these masks, and they don't have a choice. I was fortunate enough to get an exemption for my kids. I dug and searched and paid hundreds of dollars to get an exemption for my kids, to get them to school without a mask so they didn't have bleeding eczema all over their face, panic attacks, severe asthma outbreaks. Dr. V sits and speaks on numbers and high-risk people that should get vaccinated, should wear masks, should social distance, should do this, should do this. I did not see one thing on her high risk that said children. Not one. There was no kids on there. If they are not at high risk, what are we doing? What are we doing? Who is she listening to? Who is her boss? Because that's who we need to get to. Because when we go to our board meetings, we speak to our board. Half of them agree, half of them don't agree. We speak to the superintendent. I've had an hour virology meeting with him because I know science and I know it's meant to be questioned and I know what's right and what's wrong. And what they do is they have a meeting with all the other superintendents like every other Friday or once a month, and they have a meeting with Dr. V. Dr. V tells them, look, this is what the CDC or the health department says to do, and then you guys can decide how you want to enforce it. Every school in California has to mandate the mask. It's how they enforce it on these kids. Go outside, you don't need a mask. Share food with your friends, you don't need a mask. Walk in the door, put that mask on. Put that mask on because, oh wait, you were just with your friends. But it's okay, you have to comply. You have to comply. We are teaching our kids to be dumb. Dumb. Our our kids are questioning what's right in front of their face. How can I sit next to my friend sharing her food, but I can't sit next to my friend in class and not wear a mask? This doesn't make sense to me. I mean, God forbid, put up the plastic marker so my kid can breathe fine. You know, I mean, it's so out of control and so dumbed down that people fall for this stuff. I mean, it's honestly pathetic. It's pathetic. And, you know, like my cousin had brought up, because I didn't really have the courage to come up here, but I feel like I need to say something. The face masks that are in our school, it says not tested for protection against COVID-19 or other viruses. It also says do not use in a surgical setting or where risk of infection is high. So, is COVID a high risk of infection? Is COVID, or no, because it's a virus and you can't treat it with antibiotics. But people who get COVID get pneumonia that get treated with antibiotics. We have to pick and choose for our kids what we feel is best. They are no longer allowed to wear cloth masks. They're no longer allowed to wear anything other than these masks that are put in a box. Well, no longer put in a box because we brought it to the superintendent's. We brought it to him during a meeting, and now they're hanging on a door for all the kids to grab off, and they fall on the ground, and the kids pick them up, and they put them on their face. What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? So what I would say is, yes, keep going to your board meetings, keep fighting for all of this, but the problem doesn't lie with the board members or the teachers. The teachers are just trying not to get fired. What we need to do is we need to address people like Dr. V and whoever her boss is, because I don't even know how much you guys are going to do, because I think you follow whatever she says, you follow whatever the CDC says, and it just keeps tapering down. Somebody has to step up, like you guys, like we are for our kids. You step up for us, to whoever she talks to. Just do something to help us out, because you have a choice. Let my kid have a choice. I mean, maybe end it today with a choice for kids. Mandate your mask, but let them have a choice. Okay? Please. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Okay. Sorry.
I just wanted to point out that there's a lost and found, so if somebody is missing one, these things are public nuisance.
Okay. So I think that does it for the public comment.
I'm just kidding.
We're gonna bring it back to the board here now, and I think maybe before we all of us start to talk here, if we could have maybe Jody, if you could just kind of address a little bit just the concerns with regard to the local health emergency versus the local public emergency that we're. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much again for the opportunity to add a few comments. I wanted to specify, I think there were some questions about when you could expect a change to the local public health emergency declaration. And, you know, obviously there's a whole team here working on this that you've seen in this presentation today. And in preparation of today's presentation and the strategies for this year, the key factor that we keep going back to is the need to be able to support mutual aid within our local healthcare system. And that local health emergency does play a role in our ability to support what's called mutual aid. It is not common for us to have mutual aid requests from our local hospital systems where we have to look outside of the region to fulfill those needs. And COVID is one of those times when it's been frequent. So what does happen behind the scenes are our local hospitals, skilled nursing facilities, and others will work through the mutual aid process and reach out and say, we need X, whether it's materials or it's staffing, we need other things that we do not currently have access to. And then we work through this very prescribed process in our region to look out for additional resources. From the very beginning, that idea that the resources that are necessary, whether it's staffing, people, or things, are not available to handle the immediate needs in the community, that was one of the immediate kind of hallmarks for what it takes to have an emergency declaration. So I think the answer to the question is the most fundamental reason that you'll see it in place today, and something that we will monitor and come back and report to the board on, is as long as we have these mutual aid requests that continue to come in from our system saying that they can't address all of their needs and they need help. So we'll continue to report. I think based on today's feedback and the public comment, we'll just build it in as a standard reporting issue as we come back and report, most likely on a monthly basis now. But as long as we're receiving requests for mutual aid from skilled nursing facilities and local hospitals, you should probably expect that that local health emergency order will need to stay in place.
Okay. So let's. So now we're gonna. Okay. We're all done with our public comments, guys. We're gonna come back and let the board talk now. So I'll bring it back to the board for any comments, and I can see Buck start first.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to tell everyone that got up and spoke today, thank you. Everybody did a great job, and I think y'all left everybody knows where you stand, and that's great. That's great for me. On the governor's proclamation, March 4th, 2020, he suspended the 60-day review. We're going to be taking care of the emergency part of it, or we're going to vote on it, and we'll see how that goes. But what I would like to do is add a 5th staff recommendation, and whether that be 30-day or 60-day for the health proclamation. So that is getting reviewed, and it doesn't go for a year out like the local emergency declaration went for almost a year, so that we are reviewing that. Now, I know that was suspended by the governor, but we can bring that back locally and take that review. I would like that to be considered.
So we would no longer abide by the state's suspension of that and just go back to what we had before.
Correct.
Okay.
And a couple questions on goal number 2. And Jody, I don't know if you want to answer this or somebody from the team. The physician-led public campaign, is that going to be a committee, so to speak, or is that just going to be physicians, or will it also include nurses, respiratory therapists, paramedics, whatever?
Yeah, we took that note earlier that someone had made the suggestion that it be a broader, or encompass a broader section of the healthcare, I guess, staff or experts that work in the local community. Okay. We'll certainly consider how we can include that. The general point, and these are guiding principles, they're not completely fleshed out with all of that level of detail, but the general point was that our local community, our local healthcare community, and the folks that work in the community really need to be part of that process and have some say in how this is going to work. You saw Dr. V's slide just trying to reposition public health to be in their role and not, over the cliff working on issues that are typically not where they belong. So.
Okay. So and I guess on goal 4, kind of the same question: establish committee of local healthcare providers. Will that committee also include doctors, nurses, frontline workers that have been working within the pandemic itself?
So we can form the committee to look like anything we want it to look like. What's important there is that we don't control the local treatment protocols and systems. So we've talked previously about how there are some significant gaps in, the average person in our ability, first having the knowledge and understanding of what treatment protocols are available, and then second, having clear facilities and access to get to those treatment protocols. So we need all of our local healthcare providers, the ones that actually execute medicine in the community, we need them at the table to help figure that out.
Okay, and then going back to that review, I'd like to hear from my colleagues on whether that be a 30-day or 60-day review.
And just in relation to that, we'll do whatever the pleasure of the board is. What I tried to say in my comments was that we're already noting that at least on a monthly basis, and these reports will most likely move to a monthly reporting outcome unless the board wants us to do something different. But most likely on a monthly basis, we'll be revisiting the issue anyways, whether it's informally or formally. And just based on some of the just real quick reaction from my comments, I just want to be real clear, crystal clear. Mutual aid responses are about staffing generally. It's about having resources, individuals that are not currently in the community, coming from outside of the community, coming in to literally staff beds and skilled nursing facilities and things like that. If they don't come here, then those beds are not available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
That's all.
thanks, Buck. Manny?
All right. Thank you, Chair. So first of all, I'd like to thank you all for sticking out for this long and coming to the meeting. And not only for today's meeting, over the past few months, many of you have came and partaken in this public discourse, which you are all entitled to, and you have done it very respectfully, so I want to thank you for that before I go further. So I think it's safe to say that these past 2 years have been rough, miscommunication, contradictory recommendations, huge arguments, and divisiveness. Despite this, for the most part, we've seen an enormous cooperation with local government, business, and you, our community. We must remember that no one has ever experienced the depth, speed, and lethality of COVID spread across the globe. I don't think there's one comprehensive, successful game plan to fight COVID. But we should also not dismiss the death of anyone whose passing was either caused by COVID or hastened by it. It's fair to say that most, if not all, died before their time. And some of our federal leaders, where we don't give credit, the Trump administration fast-tracked vaccine development to make it available for anybody that wanted it. And the Biden administration made a huge effort to speedily get hundreds of millions of doses to those people that wanted it. Both received little credit and too much blame. Credit should also go to our first responders, essential workers who put their lives on the line to save those in our community. Our essential workers, whether in healthcare, education, daycare, grocery store clerks, transportation, retail, agriculture industries, deserve the credit for keeping our community functioning in a time of peril. We're nearing the end of this pandemic period. According to almost all scientific and medical experts, study after study is recommending that another shutdown is not the answer to combat the virus. Vaccinations have been made available for over a year now, and each person should make the decision that benefits their personal health and those around them. If you guys want to clap, you could, because I can get it. Thank you for doing that, because it got me to be able to speak a little bit better. Having this mask on, I understand what you're saying. Last 4.5 hours, I think I've lost my voice. Increases in vaccinations and natural immunity have significantly improved our containment and reduced the severity of the virus. Available for over a year now, each person should make the decision that best benefits their personal health and those around them. Receiving vaccine is one of the most effective ways to do that. With this being said, it is time to discontinue this local emergency. As Sheriff Dirksey has said, we should no longer rely on one person, the ability to take unilateral decisions without the board and without input of the community. The sheriff has voluntarily asked for this authority to be removed, and I believe that this board is capable of taking action if necessary in the future. I encourage other organizations should do the same and relinquish the one-person unilateral action that it has developed. We need to be prudent and watchful, but we must move forward safely. Kids need to be in school, and we, all of us, need to make sure their school years return to normalcy. This recommendation today is appropriate and timely, so I support this recommendation, including the changes that Supervisor Condit has requested. Thank you all again for partaking in this process.
Okay, thanks, Manny. Supervisor Chiesa-Vito.
Thank you very much. And first of all, again, to Dr. V and Mary Ann, I appreciate you. I tell you that all the time. A tough job trying to work through a pandemic. I will let everyone know, because I know that it's easy to to cast blame, but for a year I sat on the command calls with Jody, the sheriff, Dr. V. Marianne, I think Richard Murdoch, and the chairperson sits on that. And you talk about what is learned from the public health officers' meetings. I think there's about 50 of them. They meet pretty regularly along with CDPH. And I can tell you that there's been as much frustration out of that department, or out of the folks on that call with CDPH and some of the things they do, and it's the public health officers that actually push back. So again, you may not know that, you may not see that, you may not feel that, but that's the truth. So again, on behalf of myself, thank you. I look back 2 years and think about when this pandemic started, when it was an emergency, there was so much unknown. We sat and talked through, there was no testing, there surely wasn't a vaccine. We didn't know what medications worked or what treatments worked, other than the initial one of what I've heard a lot of people talk about, it's just your basic health, right? The healthier you are, the more chance you have of fighting something off. But we've come a long ways with the, and I can go back, I think when the first vaccines were given, our first MaxVax clinic, we gave 2,000 plus vaccines out at Scenic, and that was about a year ago, more or less a year ago. And we could have given 5,000 or 6,000. I mean, the want was there. I think we've come to the point, and Supervisor Withrow has pointed out that the people who want a vaccine, and I'm fully vaccinated myself, but I've got family members that aren't, and I'm okay with that. It is a choice, but I think we've come to the point where we're not forcing any more people. I mean, a few people are going to pick up the vaccine, so we have to continue to look at the treatment side. And I know this is, I'm going to support this today, but I just want everyone to remember that about 85% of the deaths have occurred in 55 and over, and I'm in that category now. I guess Supervisor Withrow is too, and that's where we have to concentrate, and that's where the Public Health Office has actually concentrated their efforts. Our public health. I'm not talking about the state, and I love the Snickers. I do love the Snickers, but this is the truth. 85% of the people.
I think they're laughing because I look like I'm 55 and older. What they're saying.
85% of the deaths are in the 55 and over category. And so that's where the most risk is. We know the risk. It's been proven over and over and over again. The risk is not with the children. And I think but I think you're going to see changes at the state because of what's going on just generally. I think that things are catching up quickly. And it was pretty easy because government doesn't work quickly. And that is just the truth. We talk about this all the time. To get this on our agenda, it's taken us to check, as we're going through all the, what are the positives and negatives, that consequences that could happen to the county. It takes us, a month and a half or 2 months with county council, because this isn't the only thing the county council has to work through. So again, I'm going to support this today. I believe there's going to be relief on the mask mandate. I know that the state is talking about it right now. There's been a big push, so we'll see, and we'll continue again to advocate for keeping people safe, making sure the hospitals are not overran, and again, this is the first step.
Thanks, Vito. Chance?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to thank our public for showing up today and voicing your concerns and your opinions. It's greatly appreciated and definitely refreshing when we hear straight and directly from the public. Just to kind of echo on my questions originally, I would like this to kind of get a little bit more firm objectives and goals on how we can completely return to normalcy, setting a bar, setting a standard, kind of to echo Mr. Torres's comments during public comment. You can't achieve something without a direct goal, and I know we have overcome challenges and a lot of uncertainty, but we have to try to put out a number and try to achieve that goal, whether it is through natural immunization, vaccination, or boosters, or etc. But I would like us to try to get a little bit more specific in that and specific goals moving forward, so that we can end these declarations completely. And that is the only way we will ever return to normalcy, is without these declarations. So I will be supporting the recommendation today by staff, and I look forward to kind of getting down into the weeds and a little bit more specific.
Okay, thanks, Chance. I'll just kind of wind this up here. First, thank Dr. V and Marianne and Patrice and the sheriff, who I know had to leave, for their presentation today. And I welcome this, of course, us ending the local emergency, and then I look forward to us within 30 days coming back here again and talking about the public health emergency here. And I want to thank all of you guys for being, everybody who's been a part of this for the last almost, it's probably been a year that we've really had the participation that we've had here at these meetings. And just to let you guys know, you are making a difference. I mean, I push for just as an example, we started off just pushing to try to get the kids back in school, right? I mean, that was our first goal. And I know this is not this board's responsibility. This is not something that we can control, but we certainly can be a voice. And I've very much appreciated your voices here to get us to that point. We got the kids back in school, and that was a fight, and we were crazy to think that, I know at the time. We were nuts, and now more and more it's proven that we were right, that the kids needed to be back in school. And now the mask is the next phase that we're working on. Okay, let's get these masks off. And again, crazy, nuts, what are you talking about? You got to keep masks on. And we're getting, it's all coming to fruition that, yeah, they need to have the mask off. It's the damage it's causing. So I just want you all to feel you're making a difference. You're moving the bar. The needle is moving. We're making progress here, and it doesn't happen quickly. These rights were taken away from us very quickly, and for good reason at the time. It was panic time, right? Nobody knew. But as we've learned, all this knowledge we've gained through this pandemic, it's been hard to get people to back away from those initial moves that were made. Almost to the point it seems like people think, well, if we let that happen now, we're saying we were wrong. And no, it's not about who's right or wrong. We've just learned more information now. We've learned. And so it's not about pointing fingers. It's just when the reality of it is we find out that these things need to be changed, then we need to change them and not be afraid to do that and think that we want to hold on to these things, clutch them in our hands to our dying moments. So I appreciate all of you being here and being a part of this. And being a part of this for the last year. We're making progress. We're getting there. We're getting to a point where we're getting away from this. Again, it's as a result of a lot of information we've gained now, and we need to move forward with this information and the knowledge we've learned as we've worked through this. So I support this wholeheartedly. And again, I support the amendment there that we're talking about for 30 days to get it back to us again to look about the public health emergency. Okay.
Can I say one last thing?
Yes, you
So
can.
I'm so impressed. 34 speakers today, and the last time we had more than 34 speakers is when we were talking about licensing cats. So this is the single most amount of speakers that probably in the last 10 years. So again, for the folks that stick around and you knock your heads, you think you're not getting anywhere, but eventually it picks up steam and heads your way. So thank you for sticking around today, especially those who stuck around to the end.
Perfect. Thank you all. Okay, let's look for a motion here.
I have a proposed motion.
I'm sorry.
I have a proposed motion for your consideration. An appropriate motion would be to approve staff recommendations 1 through 4 stated in the staff report, and to direct staff to return within 30 days to review the need for continuing the local health emergency.
Very good. That's the motion.
So I'll make the motion to accept staff recommendations 1 through 4, and then direct staff to come back within 30 days to talk about the public health state of emergency.
Okay, we have a motion.
Tom said it.
We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you all very much for being here for this. Okay. We will move on to our correspondence.
Mr. Chair, who was the second? I didn't catch that.
Buck was the second, yeah. Okay, we'll move on to our correspondence.
This board has received the correspondence and claims as noted on the agenda.
Acknowledge receipt of correspondence and refer as recommended on the agenda. Board of Supervisor reports. Any Board of Supervisor reports? Okay, seeing none. Any legislative, fiscal, and management report? Chief Executive Officer Jody Hayes.
I'm going to defer.
Okay, nothing there. Announcements. Next week, the dreaded State of the County speech will be made by myself on our night meeting next Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. Seeing no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
Closed session.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no,
No, okay, sorry. Okay, we've got to talk about closed session, sorry.
Yes, we have closed session this afternoon. We have 3 items. The first is conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency negotiators are Jody Hayes, Tamara Thomas, Kira Vink, Jeff Sloan, and the labor organization is Stanislaus Regional Emergency Dispatch Association, that's SREDA. Item number 2 is conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency negotiators are Josie Hayes, Tamara Thomas, Kira Vink, Burke Dumfrey, and the labor organization is Service Employees International Union 521. The third item is a conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivision D2 or D3. There's one case there, and the facts or circumstances are that the county has received a letter from Stansera alleging that Stansera, not the county, controls all personnel decisions pertaining to county employees who staff the retirement system. This letter is available from the clerk.
Very good, thanks, Tom. If we have any public comment regarding closed session, seeing none, we will now close the meeting and go into closed session.